Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Simple Path. Today, lower stakes session. Thankfully, I think my players will be thankful for a break from the stress they had to deal with when it came to the troglodytes. Last session, they dealt with a little bit of village politics, getting people settled in, and beginning to armor up and get the village prepared for their expected assault in the next coming weeks. Now, they're looking to add some supplies and get the whole place organized and sorted. Arya, Trico, and Mallory have stayed behind, hoping to get things organized, get necessary things created, such as traps and weapons. And the rest of the party, that being Seren, Hollow, Lark, and Flick of the Ear, have ventured forth and hoping to recover, if not the people, then at least the carts and wagons that were led astray by the illusory, though still very harmful, blizzard they were struck by on here, previously still part of a wagon train. So they are off in pursuit, and their trail. I'm going to do, as much as I hate doing it, I'm doing a little bit of a retcon. The trail has led them, because I misinterpreted the coin flip I did last time, has led them towards a small section hidden among a copse of trees. As you guys have ventured over the couple of days, I've come to find that the blistering wind, which was previously constantly whipping through this section of the world, has, for the most part, died down and is mostly just a chilly breeze every now and again. As a result, precipitation is more common. There is more snow falling, though it isn't as heavy. It's not nearly as blizzard-like. It certainly doesn't sting quite as much. And at the same time, during the days where it doesn't precipitate, it actually gets warm enough, since you know that it is the beginnings of spring, for some of the snow to actually start thawing, which is not something you've seen since you've come here. It has been a while since you've seen bare ground that didn't actively involve you sweeping the snow out of the way. Yes. It has led you towards a section hidden amongst a copse of trees in a sink in the ground, where you follow these half-frozen, now half-thawed wagon tracks carved rents in the dirt. Before we get to that, I do want to switch over to the village for a little bit, seeing as they're also going to be.
All right.
So, in the meantime, along with the traps and other such laid via the cooperative work of troglodytes, villagers, humanoid villagers, said, and the crafty and also mystical talents of the party members, the village is at the very least looking a little bit more in shape, ready to defend. Goodbyes are said. The cart is seen out of the town by a few. And then, of course, people break away, either returning to their duties or going to take a quick break. Chaiko is seen heading back to the party's lodgings, choosing to seclude herself away for a little bit. For what? Who knows? Mallory, I assume, goes back to the section of the woods where he's got at least some of the troglodytes and villagers that are willing to volunteer, working very hard on preparations, making the perimeter around the village a little bit more lethal to any troglodytes that decide to try and sneak up.
A mistake on both parties' parts. They should not have volunteered.
Oh, you definitely get a few that quit partway through.
Yeah.
They're
Can I let him quit?
The one thing is, these guys are running on minimum food. Not everybody has the strength or the energy to spare for laborious wood chopping and pit digging. Troglodytes, to what would sound like the bitterness of a few of the villagers, be doing the most okay out of anybody because they can eat just about anything that has protein. They don't complain if the food is if the meat's a little bit expired. They don't complain if the fish is a bit rotten because, well, they're troglodytes. They're a bit filthy by nature. At least
That's true.
It's just kind of how they're used to things. They got more resistant stomachs. It does not make them immune to disease and parasites, though. It just means they're a little bit hardier and a little more tolerant in that respect. It's a bit of a point of contention, but nobody, at least at this stage, is going to get angry at the fact that they can eat the rotten fish where they can't. Labor continues on. The couple of days it takes for the expeditionary party to make their way out through the wilderness. So during those couple of days, Karia conducts the troglodytes in their work. Jaiko serves as the connecting point for the humanoid villagers, or than any other here. And Mallory stands as sort of a middle point as what is slowly growing a reputation for being a merciless taskmaster.
Well,
Not loved, but in some cases respected. And I think that's all that Mallory wants. Or perhaps not even. Partway through, though, Karia,
yes.
you are approached by Slate.
Slate, yes. Okay, I remember
dwarf.
Slate. Yeah, the dwarf who wasn't happy about our existence.
Less your existence, more about the whole situation as a whole.
Yes.
Yes. Slate.
Yep.
Slate approaches you. He's he's been hard at work the last few days getting a greenhouse set up, for which the basic materials and preparation were created with the help of Yanabel, Ronya, and Vark, and it was Vark's brainchild. With this in order, in the next couple of days, once the greenhouse is done, not only will you have an instantaneous crop of potatoes and cabbages, which will help feed the humanoid villagers a lot more, you will also have a place where you can grow vegetables using alchemically luminescent soil that will work both year-round and also now while the ground is still far from thawed. He clearly either is taking a break or is going around inspecting the village, seeing as he is the primary city planner, such as this is a city or village planner. You know, especially after spending a few days with him around, that he takes great pride in how the town is constructed and also in good work. And as he patrols around, not getting too close, but you do see him inspecting the pits every now and again, seeing as those are quite prominent now. They've been hollowed out in every major exit and entry to the village, and they're quite deep and quite wide. You are approached by Slate, who is currently chewing on the end of his corncob pipe, as he then, with a click of teeth snapping together, pulls it from his mouth, tips the ash from the pipe onto the dirt road beneath him, says, "Pits were your idea, yeah?"
Indeed. They can be filled in just as quickly as they've been hollowed out, especially as the ground begins to thaw.
Well, that was one of my primary problems. You've They can be filled in quickly. The one problem, though, is that takes, I'm gonna be charitable and say, about an hour to do. Unless you find a way to just push it all back then why even bother? My one problem is, if people need to run away, they got horses, carts, something. If you don't need to make out, this whole place is burning to the ground. Worst case scenario. I don't even want to think about it. But I have to. Safety of the village, my job too. You've cut off all routes of escape, unless we just scatter like roaches and run into the trees. In which case, good is dead.
I did have a fallback plan.
That
That actually would lead into my out of character question quest. We cut to the Dryads area through the forest, correct? It wasn't across a bridge.
Technically, it was across the river and up through the trees. You would, to get there, have to cross the river at some point.
I see.
If I remember right, you
This
guys
isn't
were
a-
beyond the river where you were setting up that tent before you guys haired off into the woods and into the Dryads clearing.
Understandable. Okay. Well, then maybe I don't have a plan. Is this river a fast-flowing river out of sheer curiosity, or is it
Fast,
a more...
but not deep.
Okay.
If you were to walk into this river, the shallowest point would be usually up to your ankle or your shins. Deepest point would be up to your waist. It is
Makes sense.
freezing fucking cold, though.
Yeah, that I'm not surprised by. Kara will kind of turn and go, well, Vair, my brother, as I call him, is my backup plan. In a sense, your Dryad is across the river indeed, but my hope is, and heavens forbid, that it does come to that and our mission does fail and the village does fall, that you all can make a retreat to your Dryad who may at least give you an escape. Vair knows the way to the cave where the troglodytes once lived, and while it wouldn't be a permanent home, it would be an escape from the carnage, at least for them.
I don't like the idea of relying... Going back to Scottish. I do not like the idea of relying on a sick and unwell woman. Dryad or not, it's nature spirit. I don't give a damn. I never much cared for the same reverence that the elves had, though I do respect their reverence to their ancestors. I don't like hinging my bets for my last case plan on something like that. However, I would not come here to criticize if I did not have an alternative plan. We will call that Plan Double Z, because if it comes to that, we've run through every possible other idea.
Well then please, Slate, share your wisdom.
I didn't take a lot with me when I left Yucatan, but took a few things with me. A few ideas and schematics. If there's one thing that the dwarves do very well, it's auxiliary plans. Those pits, if I'm gonna be really fucking honest, are shabby as hell. They're literally just a hole in the dirt. No artistry, no refinement. I will say nothing as to the trogs, but yeah, it's about as simple as you can get. But the amount of time we have and the resources available, you could judge it as being acceptable, but I don't. So, once your trogs are done there, because I still stand by my fucking words, but once your trogs are done and they're out of the pit, I want you to give me and my men some time with them. I've got some ideas. First one being, I want to make stone trapdoor to them. One that can be easily, one that drops when it's not wedged properly, and can easily be closed once more and wedged so that it can take the weight of a wagon. Even that big fucking obnoxious thing your friends just drove off in. That way, if we have to, all it will take will be a couple men. They can hoist the door back up, wedge it shut, and then everybody belts hell for leather out the village. Won't have to worry about the pitfall coming out from underneath their carts and their horses.
Well, that sounds more than sensible, Slate. I don't see any reason where that could be a problem. As soon as my men are done, which they shouldn't be much longer, the pits are yours to do with what you please.
Right then. Good. If it means that more people, if it means worst comes to worst, that more people come out alive, then I'm all for it. You're a good man. Much as I question your judgment, keeping these things around, I can tell you got your heart in the right place.
I wanted to thank you in the first place, Slate. I am aware that the troglodytes aren't seen as anything more than monsters to most people, but I believe that if they're innocent, they do deserve a chance, and I at least appreciate that you can see what I'm trying to do.
He's kind of got the end of the corncob pipe kind of pinched between his thumb and forefinger, his hand one against his hip and the other one just kind of hanging to his side as he looks off to the side, kind of shakes his head a bit and says, when Roscoe founded this village and he brought us all in on this fucking unlikely bunch that we were, you wouldn't believe the village what it looked like when it first came together. A more unlikely coalition of people and cultures you'd never have seen. The whole philosophy that he founded this place on was an accepting place for outcasts. I got expelled from my home of Yucatan for questioning the wisdom of one of my ancestors. If you look at Pristinian over there, the lanky bastard, he got kicked out of his home because he fucking married a human and stuck with her. Those two have been together for 80 plus years. If you look at Miski, he got thrown out of his village because he burnt the he burnt that fat fucker's mayor or something. It's confusing politics. Home down. Apparently he was paramours with his daughter and got run out of town, and now whenever he goes into a village he gets cast out because of his scars. Gronya, kicked out of her university, won't quite tell why. Twang, kicked out of the military, kicked his superior officer in the balls apparently. Boris got kicked out because he doesn't like guns, which is apparently sacrilege in the prairies. Point is, we're a whole group of outcasts and misfits here, and that's exactly why Roscoe brought us together, because we didn't have a place to belong. And I'm not beyond believing that a troglodyte could be innocent and that they could be good people, and given time that they could fit in. And I'd give them a chance, or at least a better shake otherwise, but for fuck's sake, man, these guys were just raiding our village, and we don't know which ones among them we can even trust.
I don't blame you for your distrust, and in fact, I would be more concerned if you completely trusted them with open arms. I just appreciate that you've given them a chance.
What better can I do? I'd be a fucking hypocrite if I idolized bloody Roscoe over there and then turned around and said, oh no, we need to shut the village to everybody, that's not us. What kind of fucking hypocrisy would that be?
You'd be surprised.
Oh no, I'm fully aware. I grew up in Yucatan. That shit's everywhere. It's part of why there was no love lost when I was kicked out.
Slate, I have a question.
I might have an answer.
And if you don't, no worries. I understand. And Kari will kind of, at this point, take a seat, just like on the ground. Not even really taking a seat, but more so just leaning up against the hovel of a house that they have.
Hmm.
For the last 3 years, I've been chasing a dream. And it's a dream not much unlike what Roscoe had. A dream for salvation for those who are outcasted, and there was an old legend out in the north of the home of my ancient people before they became what they were and they are now, albeit in small numbers. But it's a dangerous journey. However, I've recently been told that it does exist, that it's not just a legend, it's not a myth. I make full intention of going there, and if what it says is true, the residents there are not kind, and far worse, in fact. You may have some troublesome neighbors to the north, more powerful than anything I've seen, at least, and from what the troglodytes have told me. It's dangerous, but I could see it as a proper salvation for, well, everybody, and is it worth it? Would it be worth the risk? I'm not worldly. I've only left my hole in the ground only a few years before. I don't know.
Are you asking me if it's worth having a home? A place that you can really belong?
Is it worth fighting for the chance to have something even bigger than this? A safe place with... Is it worth fighting for? I've never known one.
For the first time you've seen this dwarf, and though rueful and small that it is, you see a smile crease through his thick beard as he kind of gives you a pat on your forearm and says, "Friend, yes. A home is always worth fighting for."
I see. Well...
You wonder why we've held out this goddamn long. Hope that Horska would come back, that people would come help us. This is our home. Even after we've given up hope, we're still fucking fighting. Home is where your heart is. A heart. Well, you don't exactly let people stab you there, do you?
No, you don't.
So, I would say, if this mythical dragon home, as you say it, really does exist, whether it's north here, north somewhere else, if it's where these pesky neighbors you've mentioned are, that sounds goddamn dangerous. Will say, though, if we pull through this, we're able to rebuild. We'll help you find your home. We'll crack through there. Give those neighbors a nice housewarming gift, courtesy of us. Crack their heads open, storm the north, find your home, settle it, what good.
And when we do, not Roscoe, I'm sorry. Oh no, Slate. Yeah. And when we do, Slate, I want you to know that my home will be yours.
Ours will be yours. Turn. We'll be good neighbors, I think. You know, assuming we don't die in the next couple of weeks.
I doubt it. I've come very close to death in these past few weeks, and hasn't got me yet, but...
I wouldn't be so sure just yet. He has a habit of sneaking up on you. He gives a sort of a grim chuckle, and then... That said, though, if you're gonna do that, I'd suggest, if it's really as bad as you think, or as bad as you heard, and the Trogs are telling the truth, it's gonna be damn dangerous, and you're gonna need nothing short of an army. And a lot of supplies, and a lot of support, resources, and just kind of Gives a sort of continuous nod as if to say, and on, and on, and on. So,
Don't rush in.
absolutely no. I know it's a little bit of dwarven bias bleeding in there, but I'd take your time with that. If there's one thing I'm gonna say, and I know what you said about Stanislav, but if there's one thing the man does not lack for, you're doing him a big favor by being here. Doesn't lack for connections. Also,
Precisely.
if what he's telling is true, if we make it up into the hills up north, we're gonna have an absolute shitload of magical metals at our disposal.
That is true.
If there's one thing I'd love, it's to send a fucking adamantine ballista bolt through the windows of whoever the fuck is living up there and sent these shit-hails after us.
Well, for that I couldn't agree more, my friend. Thank you, Slate. Your wisdom has been much needed.
I ain't wise, I'm just old. Go on, keep digging your holes. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get the lads ready to make the doors for those traps you got going there.
Back to digging.
Back to digging! He says as he raises one fist up high, as gives a thump to his chest.
Battle cry.
Yeah, no, he's the dwarven. It's a dwarven mining cry as he thumps his chest as he's walking the other direction, going rock and stone.
We're rich. We're rich.
As he departs.
Very good.
Let's see.
I love him.
Chaco's having her minor breakdown.
Chaco's having a breakdown. Before, if there's anything else for me, one moment, my landlord has just arrived. I'll
you're
get
good.
back.
Hey, don't mind me over here. I'm just experiencing life.
Minor reconstruction of your personality.
Don't worry about it.
And Mallory, is there anything in particular that you'd like to consult or discuss about your 8-day plan? No relation to the 5-year plan.
What? I was muted. What day is this?
I'd say, well, they left on day 3.
Mm-hmm.
Slate approached Karya on like day 5-ish. But for the sake of argument, it can be anywhere starting day 3.
Okay. Well, in the beginning, he is just studying the draconic that Karya helped him make a little study sheet.
Okay.
And after that, the civilians that were working there get to like take a break at the. Yeah, they get to take a break. Like if they want to go town, they can go. If they want to stay for a bit to just make some extra traps, they can. But they have to like be back the next day.
You're currently busy making your special forces unit, and you give them a break for a little bit, which they are very appreciative of. They are getting very hungry.
Yes.
Yes. You do have to be careful. Pristinian was very adamant about not pulling too much from the natural resources around here. It still needs to recover.
Mm-hmm.
So foraging, while allowed, is to be kept to a minimum, and animals are off limits. Plants will grow. They can't pick up and leave. Animals, if they sense an area is too dangerous to inhabit, and whatever is there keeps getting killed, they will, for a time, not return. This is a known habit among a lot of prey animals in particular. So yes, he is very adamant. Likewise also, Mallory, I think, on your little break day, while you're busy studying, I would say at one point, assuming you take regular breaks to stretch your legs and get some sunlight, because otherwise you just ruin your brain. Or am I correct in assuming this, or is Mallory just stuck in the books basically all.
He will like take regular breaks. Like he understands how to study. He's been he's
Okay, yeah, he's an
noble.
educated man. So you would eventually find yourself. Would eventually find in the stable of all things Pristinian. It's the elf man. He is currently, what you can tell, in the midst of. He's currently in the midst of, from what you can tell, he's got a massive mortar and pestle next to him. With the mortar seems to be about the size of a bucket, and the pestle is the size of a club. And what he's doing is he's taking hunks of horse apples from the mammoth horses you guys had here, throwing them in the mortar and pestle, and then grinding them up into powder.
What was he grinding? Horse apples?
Horse apples.
Oh.
Horse poop.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought they were apples.
No. Apple shaped. That's why they're called horse apples, because they're round. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's grinding up horse poop in a giant mortar and pestle.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
I wonder if, would Mallory be intrigued by this, or would he just be weirded out?
Well, he's going to just ask what he's doing. He's not shy.
Okay.
He's gonna ask.
Well, Pristinian looks up from where he's doing. He doesn't stop grinding, but he does look up, nod to you, and say, "Well, afternoon. I am making some good use out of what your horse friends left." He continues grinding. Left behind. They seem to have eaten almost all of our hay, moldy as it wasn't exactly useful, but they had their way with the storm. Did you know that they could unlock doors? Smart bastards. Anyway, they unlocked the doors, ate a bunch of the hay, and left us presents. And I decided to make the best of it. And if you don't know, horse poop makes for great fertilizer. But you know what else it is?
What?
It's full of fiber and plant matter, which is all dry from sitting here, dry air, outside. Which means dry hay mixed with whatever is left over from their meals, as he then reaches into the pestle, takes his cigarette, which he's got in his mouth, which is currently slowly smoldering, holds it up past his, past the hand holding the powdered poop, as he then, and as he does, the powdered manure ignites. Is really fucking flammable if you grind it up fine enough. He then puts the cigarette back in his mouth.
Ah.
So, what I'm doing is he then takes a jar next to him. He then pours a bunch of the powdered manure in. Takes some various ingredients. There's the white powder mixed in. There's something in there. He fills it with torn up, what you think might be some sort of padding from an old vest or something. Shoves that in there. Pours a skosh of oil into it. And then from a small pouch on his side, takes out a little bit of what looks to be some kind of red dust. Or even red dirt. Takes that and says, "This is a secret ingredient. It's a clay from gods, what are their names? These elephant people from way, way east. They mine this clay deep in the earth. Specialty. Apparently it's soaked with the blood of their greatest ancestor or something like that. I don't even know. But what is indisputable is if you add this to a fire, it burns twice as hot and for twice as long. Even just a little bit. This shit makes their forges second to none in their part of the world. they were astounded when they met the dwarves, and gods forbid the dwarves ever get their hand on that clay and actually decide to use it rather than spend 200 years testing it. See, bastards. He then sprinkles a little bit of it in, takes a film of paper, stretches it over the top of the jar, takes wax, which has been melting on top of a candle to the side, spreads it over the top to seal it shut, and then binds a cloth around it, and then yanks it tight. It says, you light the rag on this, throw it at something. Not only will they be set ablaze and it will stick to them, the shit it's made from, but when the shit burns, he will motion for the dissipating smoke currently filling the air, with a noxious smell, by the way, worse than the troglodytes. That smoke gets in their midst, it'll choke and blind them for a good bit, as long as there's no wind.
Sweet.
So, we used to use this sometimes for ambushes, or for terror tactics if we really wanted to make sure we take as many alive as possible. We'd throw one or two of these into the mix of a military or mercenary company, and just watch the panic start. You'd be surprised how quickly people drop their spears and swords when they can't see, and when they have literal shit smoke smeared in their eyes. Yeah. Well, it beat the night raids and slitting people's throats, but, you know. He then sets the jar aside and begins continuing to grind. I hope this, as much of the troglodytes stank while we were there, works on them too. As he continues grinding. So, how can I help you today?
Well, initially I was going to just take Esmeralda for a walk, but now my interest is piqued.
Oh, you want to learn the secrets of the shit smoke, do you?
Naturally. And if I may, he's going to just divulge his little plan with the little encampment on the side. The little 8-day plan to Pristine.
He doesn't take his eyes off you, and he does keep grinding. Every once in a while he'll finish, and then he'll throw another horse apple in. If the thing gets too full, he'll pour it off to the side into a bucket. He fixes you with a smirk through his cigarette as he says, I like the way you think. A lot of the people here aren't ready for it. And as far as I can tell, those troglodytes aren't made for fighting. They're, from what little I managed to scratch off the top when I heard the priest and others talking in the ritual room, they called it. There's very particular social order to things there, and there was the civilian caste or something like that, and they'll refuse to fight. Even if their home is invaded, they will only fight if they're backed into a literal corner. But I think
they're the bottom of the barrel when it comes to military resources.
Yep, levies, more or less. And everybody knows levies are mostly dead weight in a military campaign. It's just numbers to scare the others.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that for a fact when we used a campaign back in the day, me and Roscoe. She continues. Yeah, we used to target them first because if they scattered, that ruined the morale for the rest of the army. Some of the generals just started leaving the levies behind because it was better for morale. Harder to keep your concentration when all the scared children are running from the battlefield. You go in with 12,000 men, and then suddenly you're down to 4,000. That's a lot more disheartening than going in with 4,000 men that know what they're doing. So,
that's true.
Point stands. I like what you're doing. I think my little grenades will definitely mix in with that well. Problem is, we're on the defending end. Getting ambushes off is going to be difficult because we don't know exactly where they're going to be coming. They've got the advantage. They've got the benefit of surprise. And if they're anything like what the reports said from before we got nabbed, those bastards have a way of going invisible, leaving no footprints. If they've still got that, after they've had to walk all the way here, We're gonna need to find a way to counter that. And I don't think we got enough for tripwires for a small army of troglodytes.
Well,
It's gonna be hard
invisible.
to mount an ambush against something we can't see and we don't know what direction they're coming from. You got those pits around the entrances. There's not even any guarantee they're gonna come down those roads. They're troglodytes. They don't give a damn about roads.
Well, Karya's the one who is taking care of the frontal assault. I'm in charge of the ambushes, and I can persuade the interests of someone who's keen on those types of tactics. They're eager. Both troglodyte leaders would seem to be vying for the same position. It's not totally unthinkable that they'd allow the one of the frontal assault to continue attacking the quote-unquote decoy, this village, while sneaking off to what they believe to be the actual base, the decoy that I'm preparing.
True. Problem.
Yes.
They've attacked this village several times before. They know what it looks like.
And how would they believe that we would continue staying here if they keep attacking us? Or you?
I can see that working. A risky tactic. It's a damn risky tactic, especially if one of them is more of a boorish frontal assault type. They may ignore the decoy, they may go right for it, going crashing in, and then we can get the drop on them. Chancy. Not sure about it.
I believe that the...
If you make a good enough decoy out of it, it could work.
Yes, the civilians that have been taking over to the decoy village, I've had them put a tantamount amount of detail into the structure, their function. They should be as functional as typical homes, if not a little warmer, a little better. But
We might just have to expand there if that's still standing by the end of it.
yes, it's amazing what a little bit of ice can do in terms of warming up a small household.
No, wrong. It's a risky proposition, I'm not gonna lie. It's going to take some work. Now you've already got that covered. I can't help you too much with I've never made a decoy of an entire village before, so I can't help you with that, but I can help you with the ambushes. I got plenty of experience with that. I can even help you train the folks.
That would be very much appreciated. What I want is a small elite team that is capable of maneuvering through the woods, and I have that planned for the end of the week, at least the beginning of the training.
I wouldn't count on elite. You never get elite within a space of 2 weeks.
Naturally not.
But what you can get, good enough. Sometimes
Yes.
Good enough means dead enemies. And that's, honestly, all we need right now. And considering how much of a distraction is potentially going to be offered up in this whole snafu, I think they'll have better chances than they were just trying to sneak up on them otherwise. This can work. Yeah, I'll help you out with that. Just as soon as I'm done with all this shit.
That is very much appreciated.
We're all in this together. If we all don't pull our weight, we literally all die. So, may as well try.
That is true. Well then, I'll leave you to your task.
And don't work them to death now, you hear me? I'm hearing complaints the entire time.
Yeah, there's very little I can do in this small amount of time. I make sure that they take breaks. At least now that they're in the village, it will seem a lot more comfortable than before. That is a small blessing in itself.
That's true. But no, I'm not arguing against working them hard because, well, it's what we need right now. Just make sure that they're, able to stand when the actual fighting happens.
Yeah, I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
That aside, work hard, do your best. I'm gonna have a dip in the river after this, but Also, we're gonna have a if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna have a moment where I'm gonna get all your warriors together, lock them in a small room, and light one of these shit fires with them. We'll get some endurance training in so that when the actual, pots start flying, they're not gonna be fucked up by the smoke like the enemy would. Also gives us an idea if the troglodytes are actually resistant to it in any way. That'll be good to know.
That is true. I was also planning on teaching them and studying the weak spots of a troglodyte as well, where they should aim.
That's a good point. I'm not sure the troglodytes will be happy, but, well, they don't exactly have room to complain. They're prisoners of war, more or less.
Yeah, I'll be sure not to harm them. Or at least cause any lasting injuries.
Well, then, I'm sure you got lots to oversee. Enjoy your walk with your horse.
Thank you.
As
And
he...
I was gonna say, you enjoy that.
He gives you a winning smile, missing 2 or 3 teeth, as he gives you a wink and says, "Oh yeah, this is top of my morning." As he continues grinding and grinding and grinding.
Lovely.
Yes, you have enlisted an expert in ambush tactics and war crimes. Perfect for your intentions. You've met the brutal brains behind Roscow's operations.
Beautiful.
So it's more or less, and it is we call it the shit fire, and that's what he's calling it until somebody gives it a better name. The shit fire endurance training is literally based off of the military/police/marine tear gas or pepper spray endurance training, where they literally lock them in a room and expose them to it and make them stand in there for 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Longer. Yes. So that they, if they ever get pepper sprayed or tear gas, they'll be able to operate in it. And they'll be used to it. You can tell the veterans apart from the newbies because the veterans will laugh while it's happening. Good stuff.
I saw like a small video of like these military people. This woman was like being pepper sprayed or sprayed in the face, and she kept quiet, but then she started clutching one of the supporting soldiers' crotch so hard that he buckled over.
Yep. Good old military. Yes, that in this case, what they do for the pepper spray endurance training is they either pepper spray you and make you walk into a small room, or they pepper spray you in the small room so it hangs in the air, and you have to breathe it in and blink it in, and yes, lovely stuff. And that's what Pristinian intends to expose your little elite group to.
Mm-hmm. And Mallory's going to be joining them too, because he wants no part in that thing in the actual battle. No part of the effects.
Willing to suffer a little bit for improvement in the long run. How about that? Leads by example.
Yep. And also makes for a great group of bonding.
Exactly. They'll resent you a lot less when you go through that with them, rather than just standing outside and watching it all.
Yep.
Yes. Over the next course of days, Pristine will show up with what looks to be a cremation bowl of some sort, with that same mixture of chemicals that he had before, reeking as he goes into one of the small huts that has been assembled, puts it in the middle, tells everybody in the elite unit to pile in, Mallory yourself included when you volunteer to do so. You stand in there, packed shoulder to shoulder, as Pristinian then, standing in the middle, gives a little, "All right, folks, this is where the fun begins. Shut the door." Closes the door, and he drops his cigarette in the bowl. Takes about a minute for the entire room to fill with the smoke. By the time it does, everybody, troglodytes, humanoids, dwarfs, halflings, everything, are all choking and crying. There's a couple, you hear the sound of vomit hitting the floor. You can't see it because you're currently crying and blinded as shit smoke fills your eyes and lungs and mouth and nose. Pristinian is suffering the exact same effects, but he's laughing along as it happens. Laughing through the pain, as it were. And Size does not spare anybody, even the smaller folks with the troglodyte, dwarf, halfling, gnome, whatever, suffer. Some people fall unconscious and have to, like, topple over, leaning on another person. They're shouting, they're screaming, people jostling at the door. And Pristinian, for his part, still with his wits about him, shoves his way through to the door and holds it shut for the whole 15 minutes that it happens. There's banging on the walls, there's crying, there's pleading to be let out. And eventually, when Pristinian seems to come to some final countdown in his head, he finally releases the door, kicks it open, and the smoke billows out of the door as people rush out in a tide. And by the end of it, there is a pile of people stinking of shit and vomit and piss in some cases, streaking tears down their sooty, crap-covered faces. As Pristinian is still standing, coughing, but standing, it says, "Oh, right! Excellent! Nobody died. Awesome. That's the first round of that done." And then there's multiple shouts of, "First round!" As then, he's like, "Yep, tomorrow, and then the day after, and then a whole week, till you guys are able to do that with your eyes open." And then just a chorus of, "Oh, fuck!" And so that's the, added to the training regimen. Eventually, though, the group does kind of bond as a result over it. Oh, the hard training, as well as the endurance and the exposure training. Some more quit. But eventually you've got a core group of about 12-ish who hold together. They get to know each other. They eat together. They eat with you. They sleep with you. They stick together. They go through the endurance training. And by the end of it, they're able to stand shoulder to shoulder, eyes open, no longer screaming, as this small group, including yourself and Estinian, complete the endurance training and come out of it close as hell and ready to die. Preferably not, but ready all the same.
Wonderful.
A compliment to your what was already forming a very hardened and bitter group as it was. So, that waffling aside, let me see. Is Chico, or Ico in this case, particularly, what do you call it? Particularly absorbed in anything at the moment in the following days, or is she going to be? What is she going to be?
New day, right?
2 days.
Yay. Essentially, she's, for the most part, she's finally gonna mess around with that tree stride rock.
Okay. What do you hope to do with it?
To figure out what's all the capabilities of it are.
Okay.
Does it recharge? Is it single use? What's the range? Any all. Let's see what I can figure out.
Spellcraft. And a linguistics.
Yeah, linguistics.
So, you spend the better part of a day scratching your head over this thing. As you've discovered before, it is possibly some mutation of Elvish, as far as you can understand. It kind of looks like the Elvish rune or tree walk, tree stride. And obviously, it was magically imbued in some way. With that roll, the best you can think is that it was precisely what you previously presumed it to be. That being a runestone of some sort that forced the Dryad, or what made it so that people could, at will, force their way through the Dryad's tree by a tree stride. As you could understand it, this is part of a set. The stone itself, you don't hold it to activate it. You would plant it in the roots of a Dryad's tree. You plant the other one at the roots of a tree that you want to have be the other end of the doorway, so to speak, so that you could walk into that tree, come out the Dryad's tree, and then walk right back through. This would be heavily magically demanding of the Dryad, and could potentially even end up sapping, environmental magic and energy from the area around the tree. So it could drain the ambient magic and energy from the ground, the trees, the plants, the animals in the area. If it became too taxing or was used too often. The Dryad just didn't have the energy. She would, as a survival instinct, pull it from the area around her. This is more or less more of a key than it is like a spell focus of any kind. This seems like it was made for this purpose. It's not a general use item, and it's not recharged, so to speak. This wouldn't let you just tree stride. It would allow you to... Yes. It would effectively work like a wedge in the door of the Dryad's tree specifically. Keeping it constantly open.
So that means someone or something knew of a Dryad and had it specifically made for a Dryad. With the sole purpose of using it on a Dryad, considering the fact that the assumption is coming from the fact that how it is reused, how it draws ambient magic from its surroundings. I presume a normal tree could do it, yes, but I presume a Dryad could do it much better and more efficiently and or commonly.
Well, it's well known that Dryads specifically are one of the most... Tree Stride is one of the most commonly known abilities of Dryads. It is what allows them to quickly traverse around their home forest, allows them to guard it, protect it, patrol it, and help maintain and keep it healthy. This stone wouldn't have worked on any other tree, because no other tree innately has a creature within it that has the power of Tree Stride.
So
this exploits the Dryad specifically.
So yeah, the original that's the original thought. Someone or something knew of this, of specifically wanted a Dryad, and presumably knew of this Dryad. It can be assumed that the Dryad was the goal here. This Dryad that we have specifically was the target.
Yeah. As far as you can tell, this is this was made because the Dryad was discovered and was used as a convenient method of quick translocation.
So,
as a way of quickly getting to the village.
I see. So at this point, based off what I know, I guess I'm keeping the stone and I'm waiting till I find the bastard who made this damn thing. And I will personally give them a re-education of why you don't do that.
Very moral, yes. So yes, that's what you're able to discover about the tree stride stone that you found on the roots of the Dryad. Anything else you'd like to delve into in the time you have?
Nope. Otherwise, I'm just kind of around town, helping with whatever, who needs what. being a nice and charming fella.
Okay. With
That's
that,
about it.
since we have more or less a pretty clear idea of what's happening in the village for the time, we can move over to the other group.
Okay. Oh, hey, that's a new map.
Here we
Yes, it
go.
is.
That
Like I
is
said-
a new map.
Like I said, there was a mistake in how I interpreted the coin toss from last session.
Okay.
As you guys pull through into a sort of sunken section in a lightly wooded area, you guys come across, following a group of a set of half thawed wagon, we call it wagon and cart tracks. You do eventually come to a stop. This section here, where you see, covered in snow melt and now half thawed and beginning to putrefy, are the savaged remains of horses and...
So I see this is the worst option.
Or at least one of.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Do we recognize these cart? Well,
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, you do.
presumably we would recognize them. So
These are
as we,
these
as-
are the carts and wagons that you saw before.
Is it actually all three of them? Or is this considered one of them?
Go on. There, you know for a fact that there were other tracks leading away. This is two wagons. Right, this is one wagon and two wagons, one cart. You are still missing one. This is most of what was missing counted.
Siren is going to turn to the group that ventured out here and say, well, it seems we found more of the original expedition. It's very unfortunate to find them like this instead of well and alive. We should perhaps conduct a minor investigation. If needed, I do now possess the ability to speak with those who have departed. So if we decide to actually get out of the cart and further investigate, that is one of the things that I could do to help us.
Vark has already jumped off the wagon.
I see.
personally, yes. Flick would say, I'm in agreement. If anything, I can probably sort through the dead and maybe through anything that might have been swiped. Probably also maybe examine something. Maybe examine whatever bodies are left. Maybe see if we can get some sort of lead on who or what might have done this.
Yes.
Vark
Siren.
kind of...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Siren follows Varg, but as she's stepping out of the cart, she's just gonna do a scan around to see if, there's anything watching us or any threats per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perception, please.
Same here.
Okay.
Could I also contribute to that as well? Because Flick, as we're getting out, he's also going to take a quick scan around to see if there's any.
I would also
signs of
also
All
want
four
to
of
help.
you may make perception checks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Perception. There we go. Nice.
Wow.
Is a
Wow.
29, 24, 20, and
And I need to roll mine real quick.
Hmm.
Yeah.
7.
There you go.
So, looking around, just go top to bottom. Vark, what exactly are you looking for?
Specifically any potential dangers like wild animals, tracks maybe, fresher tracks.
Tracks would be survival.
True. Okay,
No,
in that
like
case,
spotting
anything that sticks
tracks.
out specifically.
Spotting tracks, maybe not. Identifying and following them, that would be survival. So maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, spotting tracks specifically spotting fresher tracks.
Okay. It has been a few days. Something going on like a week now since these guys went missing. Then again, it is thawing a little bit, so you don't know exactly what shape the tracks are going to be in. They may be affected by the thaw, for good or for worse. Looking around, though, your best surmisal, you don't see any traces of wild animals coming through. There's no traces of like bears or wolves or anything like that. What you are able to see is that there seems to be a section of the cliff face over here that's collapsed. It's come down in dirt and rubble.
Huh.
As well as there seems to be drag marks where the wagons plowed through the dirt and the snow. Also, it looks to be drag lines of something heavy pulling across the ground and through the snow.
Can I determine where those specific marks lead?
I would ask for a survival.
Not good at that.
Do these
No,
marks
well-
kind of seem similar to what the basilisk marks?
Again, survival.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to specifically point those out to the party now, and ask for, well, second, third, fourth opinion, basically, because I'm definitely not good at survival.
22. I did it.
Actually, not too bad.
Very good.
Could I try and determine how the gait of the steps look, to see if we can determine any kind of, or see if we can get a lead any kind of identity, like how far apart the tracks are placed from each other.
That would also be a survival. So in this case, what I'm hearing is a round of survival checks after the perception. I would wait. I would ask that you wait though, because we're still kind of going through what Vark was doing. Vark's survival. You can tell that they lead off further in this direction, and you would have to follow them further to get a proper look at them. You could follow the trail now, potentially. Okay. It was Sirin next. Sirin, what are you looking for?
Well, I rolled perception to check for any danger. I think after that, Siren would. I think if the coast is clear, Siren would approach one of the corpses.
I would. What I did mean was how exactly looking, or what precisely are you looking for? Just general danger? Are you looking like up onto the raised areas? Are you looking at the ground?
Oh, I see.
Are you looking at the trees?
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking for the source of what could have caused this destruction. So I'm looking for like a beast or an animal of some kind.
Okay.
That could be like, within the foliage or hidden in like the nature around us.
Okay. With that roll, looking around, and trying to, I suppose in this case, identify where the center of this chaos began.
Mm-hmm.
You would see that a lot of the violence is naturally focused around this area. So you look there on a glance.
Yes.
From what you can tell, there was whatever it was, whatever it or they were. It was obviously something big, and because not only do several of these men seem to have bites taken out of them, the horses are eviscerated. This one over here, what you can tell, has had his head caved in, with great force, and from the splatter of the blood on the rock here, it was due to being thrown and impacting against it.
I see.
And whatever it
And,
was, did its worst here. Looking around,
yeah.
you see no trace of, at least presence of anything that fits that description. You don't even see birds in the trees here.
Okay, so I think the next step is Siren would then cautiously approach this chaos, this carnage, and see if she can look further into the wounds sustained from these corpses
Okay.
to tell if they were caused by one of the beasts we've already encountered or something new.
Give me a heal check.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Lick, how are you spotting for danger?
Yes. Well, as we're stepping in, as we're looking around, I'd like to scan kind of around the rocks that are rising up around us to see, or even through like some of the foliage, or to see if there's any signs of us being observed, or even if there's any signs of like recent disturbances.
Okay. After being assaulted from the sky previously on your way here, not a bad idea. You cast your gaze upwards and listen out as well. As far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any sort of anything perched up there, anything glancing over the rocks, looking down at you. Notice there seem to be any disturbance of the stones up. Though, as I will mention before, Vark did see that there was a portion of the rock face closer to the ground that was crumbled.
Flick will very quietly, but still audible to everyone around him. Will say, "Coast is clear for the time being. Keep your eyes peeled just in case someone decides to come back and finish up what we started here."
Okay. Hello. How are you looking around?
Since everyone's relying on eyesight, and I'm a fucking underwater predator of sorts, I'm gonna try to see if I can go anything off smell. Is there anything familiar?
With that roll,
Anything? Or... Yeah. Other than decaying corpses, obviously.
yeah,
Is there
there's
anything...
the smell of snow melt, decaying corpse. None of the stink associated with the troglodytes.
Mm-hmm.
None of that earthy smell of bullet blood.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing familiar. You smell something. You think coming off of the direction of this cart over here.
I will walk my little ass over there then.
There's a smell that's drifting to you from that way. Lake breeze carries it.
Mm-hmm.
As you get closer, you smell what you think smells like... wine?
Please don't tell me this was just a drunken brawl gone wrong.
I know. Drunken brawls often have people getting bites taken out of them. Big bites, too. But yeah, you smell what smells like wine, as well as other fruity smells, and a hint of something kind of smoky.
Interesting. A barbecue that gone wrong. Anyways,
Oh no.
in a another question, could I roll a heal check, to study the bite marks, what kind of teeth this thing had? Maybe that could help.
You and Sarin would be inspecting the wounds in this case.
Yeah, so let me roll a heal.
Okay. So you're checking specifically the bite wounds. Sarin is checking the overall, just the human injuries. These are, you recognize at least in passing, some of the mercenaries that were on the ship with you guys on the way over to Mordon. These are some, as well as a couple of the ghouls that Stanislav kept in his employ, meant to help with things like navigation. These guys were fellow mercenaries, hired by Stanislav when he came to Haven looking for able-bodied adventurers and sailors. They now lie here in, at the very least, delayed putrefaction. You see that decay has begun to set into many of the wounds. The death was quick, pretty much instantaneous. You see that in one case of the man you're currently kneeled next to, the entire side of his chest was crushed and ground and torn to pieces with, as Holo identifies, what seem to be long, needle-like teeth that left thin, large punctures.
Would you say it's something like conical teeth, kind of like crocodilian-ish teeth, or
Crocodilian?
like something that was
Maybe.
something that's specialized in like grabbing on to its prey and just holding on to it?
Definitely something geared towards latching on, because these are not, there's no grinding teeth, there's no canine. It's more like a row of canines with no incisors, no molars, not even like not even anything for like cutting. It was entirely for piercing and then crushing through pure jaw strength.
Okay, and I take it with this isn't enough information. We need to kind of like maybe potentially guess what this could have been.
Give me a knowledge nature.
Alrighty, let's do this.
Caprasuchus, absolutely, all the way out here in the snowy wasteland.
Yes,
Knew
indeed.
it. I knew it.
The legendary boar
You
croc
guys already,
is out here.
you guys already fought a bunch of crocodilian things.
Ayo, 27.
Given by the size of this creature and the nature of its teeth and the drag marks on the ground, it's serpentine in some respect and is very big, really big, and obviously is built for not chewing. So your best guess is it either tears things to pieces and eats them bit by bit, or given the size of this thing, is probably more used as just slinging things down in one bite.
So potentially serpentine.
Potentially
Or
serpentine. Ophidian in some way. The tendency to eat things whole definitely tracks with that kind of creature.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, then judging by like the marks on the ground, yeah, it sounds like it's more or less moving its body rather than having legs.
Is Vark and Flick doing anything while they're inspecting the bodies?
I'm going to do a general head count of the dead to see how many casualties there are.
Well, from what you can see, there's 4 humanoid bodies present currently. 3 out in the open, 1 kind of tucked away here under the tree where it got smashed against the wall. And 2 horses. Typically speaking, there should be 2 horses to each cart, and more than just one. You're currently at a body factor of little more than 1 per cart, which is not how much you would need to man these. You would at the very least need 1 man to drive this, assuming that the entire back of the cart was only loaded with cargo. And these 2 here would be loaded from what you remember from the wagon train with at least 6 to 8 men each.
Possibly related to that, Vark is going to follow those heavy drag marks you mentioned.
Okay. Give me. Oh, you've made your survival check already. Oh no, Ouroboros would be too busy eating itself and not too possessed with eating the people.
What about Jormungandr?
A bit big, even for this.
Damn.
You make your way over this way, and the trail just stops. The drag mark just ceases in this area.
Is there... Does the end of the trail literally just stop, or is there some kind of disturbance? Has
I
it
would
been
like another-
lifted by any chance?
I'd like another perception check. As you root around trying to see if there's any mark of where this thing may have disappeared to. 1. 3, so 24. Okay. Rooting around in this spot, even digging into the snow and the dirt a little bit, shifting away what look like chunks of ice. You realize that this section of the earth has been disturbed quite heavily. As a matter of fact, it was burrowed through.
Hmm.
Siren? You said you wanted to speak with dead, correct?
Yes, sorry about that.
Oh, good. So you said you wanted to speak with the dead.
Yeah, I think Siren would like to find one of the, at least mostly intact corpses, human corpses, to do this on.
Well, the one you're next to is about as intact as any of these guys get. Some are missing
Okay.
limbs, but this one is just kind of got a caved in chest.
Okay.
So, cast speak with dead.
Yes, I will put it in chat.
As you take your 10 minutes for the ritual, and upon completing it, a almost thin, barely visible curtain of light descends, coats the body, and you see it's shift for a moment, and then as he slowly sits up, one arm drooping down, bent the wrong way, blood now slowly thawed and blackened, smeared across his back as he sits, lopsidedly turns to look you in the eyes, his eyes white and milky, as he awaits your question. It too.
Yes. Siren, with a very serious expression on her face as she stares back at him, will ask, I gotta think about this.
Quick question, actually, while you're considering that. What languages
Yeah.
do you speak again?
Siren can speak, just a moment, Common, or an Elven, Draconic, Celestial.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Mhm.
Yes. What questions do you wish to ask the corpse?
She will ask, what attacked you? What exactly attacked you? That's the first question.
Came from the ground. Pale like sheet ice. Back alight with fire. Mouth of swords. It broke the earth. Swallowed the men. Tore the horses in half. And ate them too.
This creature that attacked you, what type of attack did it do that we should be most wary of?
Beware its gullet. It hungers. It swallows all in one. Those that go within. The screaming, oh God, the screaming. As the fires within the beast burn them alive.
Fires. I see. Rest now.
Thank you. As the corpse then, like puppets with the string cut, flops down onto the ground. Once more, reposed.
And Siren will make sure that its eyes are closed by just kind of passing her hand along its face and proceed to search the corpse for anything useful, but if she finds something of personal or emotional value, she will not take it.
Okay. Well, if you're searching the body, on his hip, you'll find a small pouch clipped to his belt with. This is a. In life, he may have been a ruggedly handsome man. He's got a thick brown beard, ruined, of course, besotted with blood and ruined by the obvious injuries done to him. He looked like the picturesque ideal of a Nordic, woodcutter. And this is reflected in his belongings. He has a small pouch on his belt with about 10 silvers. He's got what looks to be some sort of bearded axe on his hip. Never even made it off of his belt. He's got various belongings like some wrapped up rations, hard cheese, sausage. He himself is clad in what looks to be studded leather, and his pockets contain various useful items like a length of fishing line and hook, a bar of soap, what look to be a horn of some sort of, maybe an alcohol or something. You have to crack it open to be sure. Various basic belongings, things for basic needs, things you would carry on yourself day to day. More than likely, any heavier belongings he had resting on one of the carts.
Yeah, for sure. I think Siren would take the silver.
Okay. You can add 10 silver coins to your inventory.
Yeah. She'd take the silver and the horn of something that could possibly contain alcohol or some liquid in it.
Yeah, the best guess you could make, probably some sort of meat or ale or something.
Yeah, something for Vark later. And she will say, "May you find peace now." And she'll look around at the rest of the party that's with her now and say, "They were attacked by something subterranean, a serpent of some kind that delved underneath and probably attacked them from underground. It seems to also possibly breathe fire, so I would be careful about any spots where it seems like it could come out of. Tread lightly and carefully." And after taking these two things from the corpse and saying her goodbyes to it, she will then proceed to stealth.
Does this help me?
Just in case.
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
Oh no. Does this help me get a better idea what this might be?
Yes, actually, you can make me another nature roll.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no, you're not that. Oh shit.
Oh wow! Oh my god!
Oh shit!
So, Siren,
Flick will just say out loud before hold on. So the thing says, "Well, it doesn't sound like a bullet unless this bullet is somehow terribly mutated."
Well, okay, Siren, you do your best to try and step a bit more lightly. Whether or not that works too well, you don't know. All this melted snow has been refreezing into ice and kind of cracks under your feet no matter where you walk, which is unfortunate.
I see.
Um,
Yeah.
However, knowing all this new information, subterranean, possibly fire breath, if that was a bullet, especially a bullet of this fucking size, that would be a serious problem. Because, while bullets are fearsome, and some monsters have been known to speciate and develop strange abilities in certain environments, that's kind of a stretch for a bullet. They're kind of more earth aspected. It'd be strange for them to suddenly just develop fire breathing capabilities unless it was something really odd happened to them or a wizard got involved. Because, why wouldn't they? It would be exactly the kind of thing for a mad wizard to take a already fearsome magical creature and give it fucking fire breath. However, also, Grim has finally joined us, and he has redeemed a boon.
Oh, good.
So that roll gets a
Yeah.
+1, so it's a 33 now.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Thank
Thank you kindly.
you very.
Yeah.
I know
my-
the
my-
I appreciate it.
you guys are lucky.
Thank you.
Grim is a fickle god, and it's good you've got him in your corner. I think you've endeared yourselves to him.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the creature's IP address. I'll thank you.
Thank you, Lord Grim.
It's a deep bullet.
creature, yeah, a deep bullet. Creature pops up from the ground. 9231-849-736, Franklin Boulevard, and then the creature's Jeremy Williams, deep bullet. What do you call it? Social security number 25984.
Rattle off his IP address.
Exactly. But yes, thanks to all this new information, decreasing the DC for the identification, and that impressively high roll, this creature doesn't have fire breath. In fact, now you're starting to realize some of the injuries on these guys. Their weapons are melted or burned, as you see charred remains of what you thought was torches, or may actually have been clubs and various other wooden weaponry. The metal weaponry, like the swords and their armor, melted. Problem is,
Oh.
dragon breath doesn't really, like, some of the intense dragon breath that you've heard of, most people, yeah. Well, I mean, would it really been that bad, Graham? I don't know. Anyway, so dragon breath is a feared but poorly understood thing, and there's not a lot of dragons out there. They're a very rare thing. There are some lesser dragons out there, but they tended to usually be seen as something like the younger dragons that do pop up are usually seen as more like a dangerous animal in an area, not disparaging their intelligence, but more like, we give that thing a wide berth, or let's get a party together to go take care of that thing before it stakes a claim and decides to occupy the middle of a trade route. Big, angry, really nasty old dragons, though, you don't see those just walking around. And those are the only ones that really have the breath capable of, like, slagging armor and weapons. Now, this kind of melting usually requires prolonged exposure to normal flames, even magical flames, or prolonged contact. And the idea of subterranean, burrowing, serpentine, lives in a cold place, possibly has fire breath or fire inside of it, and then it pieces together. These guys were attacked by Remorhazes.
You motherfucker! I should have never brought him up.
No, it had nothing to do with that. I've had this encounter planned for 2 months.
Oh
my god.
Back when the carts scattered originally was when I came up with this. That's when I made this map. I had this shit ready. Like, when I kept saying you guys could go after the carts, I meant you guys could go after the carts because the maps and the encounters were ready.
Oh. For the uninitiated, what are they?
Remorhazes. Remorhazes are massive ice white and blue serpentine, like a cross between a snake and a centipede in appearance, with
Nightmare fuel.
massive insectoid heads and elevated internal body temperature that is so hot that when they get angry, scared, or injured, it burns so hot that their body glows, and any contact, whether, unarmed, biting, clawing, or metal weaponry or wooden weaponry, immediately takes significant damage. As in, like, hitting this thing with a sword. There are stories of people hitting it. It's known that magical weaponry does not suffer the same risk, because magical weaponry has resistance and does not burn or rust or melt nearly as easily as mundane weaponry does. Problem is, magical weapon armor expensive. But there are stories of whole mercenary companies facing these things, striking them, and their swords melting as they get lodged in the flesh of them.
Holo was studying these to see if he could turn it into a potion or something. I don't know.
I think that you might want to study escaping.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, that sort of primal fear takes over Holo, and he's just gonna look at the others and he's gonna say, "I think we should leave now."
Why? What's the hurry?
I think I know what caused this.
Flick.
And oh no.
Give me a perception. You specifically.
Oh shit. Okay. Perception.
Oh no.
How does a 16 fare?
Oh no. I take it I can't help him.
No, you can't. I'm going to give it a chance if anybody, if Grim, or I was going to say anybody, but it's probably just Grim, wants to help with that.
Well, I actually, I had.
I know I don't count.
You're a player. You know what? Considering the fact that you're not actively involved in this encounter, I'll allow it.
Hooray!
Oh.
And hey, there's one from Grim. So yes,
Hooray.
that comes up to an 18.
There we go.
Hooray! Frame
Yeah.
plays low.
We're gonna
That
die!
brings it up to an 18.
Thank you,
Which,
Lord
funnily
Grim.
enough, that 18 is exactly as much as you needed.
Yeah.
Oh,
As
Or
you feel
no.
the traces, and you hear as well as feel the traces of a tremor under your feet.
Get back on the cart.
I'm
Get
not-
back on the cart.
Yeah.
Get back on
Earthquake.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna.
Flick immediately
I'm just
goes
gonna
back to
do
the car and
this
says,
real
yes,
quick.
yes, yes, no, we are going right now.
Remy,
I'm
say the
just gonna
funny
do that.
word. Say the funny line.
What's the funny line?
Roll for initiative.
No, not yet.
Oh no.
Oh no!
What?
Oh no!
As the
Oh
thing
wait,
emerges from the rock. As
my,
let's,
Ew,
my
what
icon
is that?
disappeared.
let's loose a truly awful shriek as the creature emerges.
I see.
That's it. We need to go. We need to go.
As it shoots up from the earth, pincers snapping on the spot where Flick was originally standing. Like arcs, like it, like what do you call it? Shooting up into the air. Jaws
Almost
snapping,
undulating?
and then sort of undulating, yeah, and then slowly coming down in almost a slow-mo whip motion, belly coming down onto the ground, centipede limbs stabbing into the dirt as you see the spines along its back glowing with an orange fire. Its huge, unsettling green, we call it multifaceted eyes, scanning the area as it then pulls itself its full length out of the dirt and snow and ice. The water, the snow quickly evaporating off of it, almost sublimating in an instant, as it then sees its targets, its intended prey, And now you roll me initiative.
Also,
Sorry, I'm
Siren,
not there, guys.
before that thing showed up, Siren cast Premonition, I guess kind of sensing that this would happen, and walked
Oh,
out of the
Premonition.
way, let's just say.
Okay.
Premonition, it is a domain spell that I now have
Plus two,
access
plus 2
to.
bonus to reflex and dexterity checks. Yes. And also a bonus to
Yes,
AC.
and I
rolls.
cannot be surprised.
Yes.
I have
So if
plus
you
8
if you
in
cast that ahead of time, you would actually, well, no, because Flick gave you guys warning, so there is no surprise round. Lucky you.
Aha!
Okay.
Oh, oops, I did not select my token.
Oh wait, we need the
Right,
the
you
roll.
guys need the initiative tracker.
Yes, that initiative tracker.
Of course, when I reselect my token, then I get the good one.
Damn, I always roll high
Am
initiative. That's
I
pretty
yeah.
impressive.
Am I going with the 8 for initiative? Okay, yeah, okay, the 8.
Yes, you are. That's what you rolled first. Vark,
My bad.
if you would.
I'm almost.
Ah, yes, Remorhaz Hydra. That would be just a shame. Right. Okay. That is initiative for the party. Now the Remorhaz. Let's see how quick this. Go.
Oh, good. Flick, aren't you like the Dex guy? What? what the fuck?
Actually, hold up. Yeah, no, let me check something because I'm pretty sure I have this. So it should be underneath my.
You rolled a 3 and you have a +5.
Underneath
to
my
your
deeds,
dex.
actually.
Oh man.
My deeds. Swashbuckler initiative. I got +2 to initiative check as long as I have at least 1 panache point.
So technically, that's a 10.
Ah.
Go. Okay. Siren.
I knew I had something for that.
Siren. This creature
Yes.
has burst up from the ground and is eyeing you very hungrily.
I eye it very hungrily back. And
Jeez,
do
man,
my
don't
best
make it
mean
weird.
face.
It is your turn.
Take the dinner first. Sheesh.
I do my best mean face, stank face.
The dinner's happening
Okay.
right now.
Is that how you spend your turn?
No. I okay. Oh geez, oh god, this is the difficulty of going first in combat.
Oh god, oh man, oh god.
Oh god, oh man, oh god. Actually,
Uh-huh.
You know what? Since I have this premonition thing up, where I do not provoke attack of opportunities, I'm gonna go up to it and cast inflict light wounds, touching it.
One thing I need to correct on that. You are good aligned, correct?
Yes.
Cannot use inflict spells.
Oh.
It is.
Yeah, because they're.
You are not able to cast inflict wounds as a good aligned cleric, just like evil aligned ones cannot cast cure wounds.
Actually,
I
wait.
see.
Quick,
There's
wait,
that specification.
quick thing, because it doesn't have the evil mark on
It doesn't
inflict
have
light
to. It's specifically a thing that good aligned
Caster.
clerics cannot channel negative energy.
Oh,
I
okay. Is
see.
this?
Okay, I didn't know that because I was looking through the cleric list and it had a bunch of spells, and I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
well,
for all clerics. These
you know,
are this is
yeah.
alignment tied.
I see.
Um,
Okay, I'll get rid of
easy
that
mistake
spell.
to make.
And no, yeah, I'm just
Wait.
gonna get rid of that spell and prepare
Outside the
something
force
else.
is tempting.
Then can I not cast do positive energy?
What?
Technically, no.
What?
Why did you have to... Oh no.
I see.
Oh.
You cannot heal. You can only harm or heal undead.
They are healing dead, yeah.
Okay, so I will instead cast, with a standard action, Burst of Radiance.
Okay. That's the one that creates the explosive light, correct?
Yes, that's the one.
Right. That's a sword. It's a reflex save.
Yeah, reflex save.
Now, if you were neutral cleric or neutral inquisitor, that would allow you to cast either.
Mm-hmm.
That comes with its own issues. But yeah, good cannot channel negative, and evil cannot channel positive. Also, why
Makes
clerics
sense.
and paladins of good cannot channel negative energy to heal undead and harm living, and why
Mhm.
good ones cannot, like why evil ones cannot channel good energy to heal living or harm undead. Instead, they just get their negative equivalent for things like the burst of energy. Okay, getting a reflex save out of this fucker. DC is... let's see. Reflex save DC?
It should be. Oh, it's weird that it's not on there. But let's see.
What's your wisdom modifier?
You should
My
have.
wisdom modifier is
You should
5.
in your spell list.
It's a
have,
DC 15.
Yeah, you should in your spell list have the progressing save DC. There you go. Yeah, it's next to the 1, 2, 3. So it's 15, 16, 17.
Oh, I see where it is. Okay, yeah.
So that's a what level spell?
That is a. Let's see, Burst of Radiance.
Considering you used it last time.
A
in
second
the
level
cave.
spell.
Yeah, second level. So that's a DC 17.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
As you create a orb of crystalline moonlight in front of the creature and then detonate it in a blinding flash of light, the creature wheels back in time to seemingly curl in on itself or coil in on itself, protect itself against the thing as it shatters like a frag grenade. And the worst of it seems to wash over the Remorhaz, dealing minimal damage. But you do have to roll the damage.
I see, but I assume then that it's saved.
Yes, is that?
Also, it only takes damage if it is an evil creature.
Oh, only 6 damage if it's an evil creature. Okay, in that case, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't, because Remorhazes are neutral.
I see. So this did nothing. Good.
Typically, things like this are animals in general tend to be neutral. They don't tend to have an alignment.
Yeah.
That's true. I was still trying to either blind or dazzle. Well, I guess it is dazzled since it did succeed for 1d4 rounds. I'm just gonna roll that to see how long it is dazzled for.
Dazzle.
It is dazzled for 2 rounds.
Okay. All right, and that's your turn.
Yep.
Is that our beloved Vark?
Is in fact the Vark that is below.
DC Vark and
Oh
DC
boy. Okay. Well, I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a really bad spot. 2 things. Standard action. I'm going to use disguise self to turn my skin as white as the snow surrounding me to
Okay.
blend in.
What? You can camouflage?
I can use it like that. Secondly, I'm going to drink a potion of animal aspect. Does it list the options by any chance? Yes, but it's really badly formatted. I'm specifically taking the Raptor option,
Okay.
which, long story short, I get a plus 20 feet speed increase.
Yes, and your legs, after you see Vark throw back this potion, his legs become digitigrade and sort of scaly and tipped with talons.
And after drinking the potion, hey! And he hurls the bottle at the monster.
Here we go again.
Oh boy.
Hey,
All right. Hello.
Holo's gonna look over to Flick, and he's gonna say, "Please don't let this invigoration go to waste." And I'm going to cast haste as this watery, liquid-esque energy begins to surround itself, surround Flick. It has a range.
It has a range.
Uh-huh.
You do know
oh yeah.
that haste is an AoE.
Yep. Only in 5e D&D is it a single target spell.
Mm-hmm. Haste.
But I'm
The biggest nerf ever.
Yes.
I did not know this. I thought
Haste
this.
targets one creature per level, no two of which can be more than 30 feet apart.
Oh, so I can target someone else with this shit. Okay.
You could center it on yourself and hit Sirin.
Siren is like,
Yeah, Siren, Flick, and you.
Oh,
Okay. I did not know that.
Get
Thank
haste.
Read your spells, folks.
Yeah, I thought I didn't. I literally read the whole other spell except for the targets part. I did not see that.
I mean,
Funny players.
Actually, one moment. Damn it.
Technically,
ah,
yeah.
so
It
close.
also says no-
It's so
yeah.
far away.
Technically, it can jump from player to player because it says no two of which may be more than 30 feet. There's no technical AoE. It's just how the targets are designated.
Okay. But
Is it
regardless,
like a pawn casting spell?
then I guess he will say this to both Siren as well, as both of you are invigorated by the
You're invigorated by
Blue.
it too.
You as well.
yes,
You
and
also-
I'm also speed. We're all also
You are all
speed.
cocaine
What about
bear.
Paka and Lolo? What about Paka and Lolo? No, I'm kidding.
Technically, I mean, he is level 5 now, so technically he could include them.
Yeah.
It's one creature per level.
Yep.
But yes, Krim redeems Bane. DM accepts your self-imposed nerfs. Yes, that would work.
Damn it. Upon you casting this haste upon Flick, he'll roll his shoulders and give you a salute off the brow.
You, by the way, your speed increases by 30 feet. Have fun.
oh boy!
Neum.
Siren
And
starts
I'm-
aggressively jumping up and down.
And actually,
+1 bonus to attacks. +1 bonus
Yeah.
to dodge AC. And +1 to reflex saves.
and can I just,
Oh,
fucking move my ass? Let me see how far.
You also gain 30 feet to every type of movement you have.
Yep. So,
I
Holo swim speed also got increased.
I would be a fast fucking swimmer. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here.
So yes.
Anyways, but yeah, that will end my enjoy your
New.
zoomies.
Yazum. It is now the Remorhaz's turn. I think. Bark did taunt it. Then again, Siren threw a flashbang in its face.
Frag out.
Mm-hmm. Which one does it decide to eat? I'm going to flip a coin. Heads.
Bombs?
I was just about to say I'm heads.
I don't know if I want to allow that to be a retroactive call.
Nah,
No.
can't be. You decide.
I have decided. Darren, does a 29 hit your AC?
Why would you even ask that?
It does.
Because I like the satisfaction of asking a terrible, awful question like that.
Yes, it does.
See, you'll eat your words someday. I had that once, The
Mhm.
GM smugly asked me, "Does a 42 hit your AC?" And I
No.
go, "No, actually."
Yeah. Thankfully, you guys are at a low enough level where that is improbable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Hmm. Okay. Does it hit with its bite? You take 12 points of damage
Okay.
as its needle-like teeth, its head snaps out, its wing-like protrusions, almost like the hood of a cobra. As its head snaps out, its teeth latch into your shoulder and bite down hard, as you can feel the heat radiating even through its teeth, which are icy blue. And then it attempts to eat you, as it's going to roll for a grab maneuver.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Oh god. Oh god.
Listen, I know we were eyeing each other, but not like this.
He just wants to eat you up.
He's because you're
No.
getting
He's
bored.
he's a real man. He prefers to eat his date out before get into the real dirty business. He's a gentleman, you see.
He is
Oh
what he
God.
eats, I suppose. He is.
So I feel horrible for asking this, but what's your CMD?
My CMD
Combat
is
maneuver
here it
defense.
comes.
yes, 17.
Pretty sure 33 beats that.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm
Nope.
I ironically not being smug asshole about this. This is its one gimmick, and it is
Yep.
obscenely good at it.
I
understand.
swallowed. I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's what it's doing."
Yep. Yes. It has the ability of swallow whole. You know this. If it it succeeds in managing to grab you, that is the end of its turn. If it is not forced to let go of you, I am saying this now, it will eat you.
I understand.
As what you heard the others describe is this creature prefers to eat its prey whole, and is definitely big enough to swallow you in a gulp. So,
So this thing is like what? Has like her grab with its pincers and just like lifting it into its mouth.
it's got her. Yes, it's got her in its teeth. The pincers are like around her torso, holding her in place. As you can see, in a very snake-like fashion, it is getting ready to rear back and throw its head back and sling her down its throat. Flick. Yeah,
Yes.
like a swallowing.
Before I go, so remind me. Yeah, so remind me, Remy. Does blood count as a magic weapon?
Does blunt? Yes,
Yes.
it's a +1 rapier. It is absolutely a magic weapon.
All right. With another salute off the brow, we'll move to here. And let's see. So activating would take. How much would it take? A standard action or like a
Doing what exactly?
to activate
It's benefit.
the bane?
You have to hurt it first.
Yeah.
In that case,
After that, activating the Bane effect is a swift action.
Yes, this is 17.
17. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gonna. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be higher or if that's like.
there we go. Let's see. That includes the
Bonus
let's
from
see.
haste.
The bonus from haste. You get a +1. Also,
Oh,
the
yeah.
bonus from the +1
So 18.
rapier. You figured that
So
out.
19.
Seven. Let's see. Mod +2. Yeah. 19. Unfortunately, that would not hit.
Damn.
The blunt scrapes a gouge into its scales, but does not manage to find a purchase.
Okay. I do believe that. What I can mostly do, unless I also had that movement. But then I think moving from the front of the cart over to here, over to right next to me, I think it's like 35 feet. So if I still have a little bit of movement, or I do,
You have a lot of movement right now.
I'm going to step over here. I'm going to step. I'm not just going to step back over to here, thanks to my. I think it was spring attack. Yeah, thanks to spring attack, I will back. I missed my attack.
Okay. That you do.
And that was my turn.
Siren, you are currently in the jaws of this creature.
Yes, I am.
Swear yourself to an evil aligned deity so you can inflict wounds on its
No!
mouth. What?
Actually, yeah, just can make an extra attack. Shit, whatever.
Only if you were doing a full action.
Yeah, you had to move.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I'm trying to
Next.
figure out. I don't know if I'm missing it on my sheet or if I'm just not seeing it. But Quest, do you know what kind of a save it would be to save against hold person?
Against whole person, that would be a will save.
Will save.
Yeah, I
because
thought
that is
so. Okay,
a
will
mental
save.
affecting paralysis thing.
Yes.
That's a problem, however.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
That thing's not a person.
a monster.
I
monster.
see. Oh, it does say one humanoid creature.
You would have to cast Hold Monster to be able to affect this creature.
That's true. So. Let me go through my pack of stuff. Do I know that when grappled in this way, if I attacked it, could that possibly be enough to make it let go of me?
Not. You wouldn't be sure. This thing is big and it is beefy. You're not sure if you hitting it in any way
Yeah.
would be able to dissuade it from eating you. There are ways you could wriggle out. There is, like, potentially you could do a pros grapple, or you could try escape artist.
Oh, true. Damn. I wish I put ranks into escape artist.
Skill that normally isn't super used, but when it does come up, it's often
Useful.
the separation between life and death. It can mean getting out of being tied up with ropes, or being grabbed by somebody who wants to hold you and choke the life out of you. It's definitely useful for the it's escape artists swim and climb or jump often. Yes, the it is very useful for the sake of not letting big beefy angry people snap your spine if you're like a more dexterous wriggly person. Otherwise, if you're a strength person, you could break the hold, but don't see Seren necessarily doing that. So free to try.
Yeah. Could I cast guidance on myself and attempt an escape artist check?
What kind of action does guidance require?
Guidance is a standard action. Oh,
Fortunately not.
that's okay. I will attempt the check without guidance.
Okay. Who knows? You could roll very well. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Ah!
How is that possible? You have a plus 5 to it.
I'm a penalty. How much a penalty?
Wait. You're right. I have a plus 5 to it. Why did I?
Armor? Your medium armor?
Right, the...
Yeah, how much
armor
penalty?
check.
Yeah.
True. It comes up to it. It comes
I can
down
do
to
nothing
a
else.
comes down to a +1 in total. Unfortunate, as you try to
I'm
wriggle
fucked.
free, but unfortunately, it's got you by your scale mail armor.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, as you're not able to release yourself from its grip.
We gotta pack Misty Step
That's
more.
fine.
Misty Step may
Yeah,
not even help.
I don't even know if I have access to that spell as a cleric. It wasn't on the spell list when I
It's not as
checked.
prolific as it is in. I don't think it even. No, it doesn't. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Nope. Doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in Pathfinder. Your best step would be something like Dimensional Step or Dimension Door or what do you call it? The Monk ability that allows you to blip from place to place.
I also
Yeah.
realized something I could have done, but it's too late now.
Well, what's that?
I could have, because you said that hold person doesn't work because it's a monster. It had to be hold monster. So when you said that, I assumed that command wouldn't have worked, but I checked and command just says
Command
one
can work. It's
living
not-
creature.
It's not humanoid. Limited. Though I believe command is language dependent.
That is true. It has to understand me.
Yeah. I don't think you speak its language. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Bark, it is your turn.
Okay.
You have reverse legs.
Alright, I have reverse legs, yeah. Alright.
As well and blah, blah, blah. Grim, bad taste isn't a thing, but bitter is an enchantment for armor.
That is true, yeah. It specifically goes against people who have this honor hold feature.
Makes you very hard to stomach.
Okay. How high up would you about say its head is right now?
Well, it's a huge creature, so
Huh?
about 15 feet. That
Not
includes
even-
Sirin clasped in its jaws.
Pretty sure I can't jump that high.
Do a good enough jump check, you could.
All right.
You get a running start. You can't technically vertical jump that high.
Okay. Gonna take a deep breath. and start running with the rapier in hand and try to leap to strike it in the face. Acrobatics first? Okay, I'm gonna spend a point of panache and a point of inspiration here for 2d6 extra.
You really need this one to work, huh?
Oh,
I
right.
don't think
Maybe not.
Reverse
whatever.
your digitigrade legs pumping. You get a running start and making sure not to do that rookie mistake of stopping just before you hit the jump. You make sure you've got your full momentum as you redirect it vertically by swinging your arms with all the force you can muster, bringing yourself up surprisingly high as you are now level with the creature's face, rapier poised.
Here goes nothing. Okay, gonna inspiration that 4d6.
Mm. 19.
I think
Am I considered flanking it?
Not sure.
grappled creatures
With-
aren't considered.
With flick.
No, because he's not threatening it.
Didn't he try to attack it?
Yeah, but then he moved away, out of threat range.
Oh, you moved. Ah, dang it.
However,
Not
However.
block.
Yep.
it is currently grappling Seren, which would deny it its dex bonus,
Alright.
bringing it down to 19 AC exactly.
And I actually have a trait, a fetchling trait that gives me a +1 to attack against enemies do not 0 AC, so that's a 20. Yeah, 20.
Funny. So yes,
Woo!
you hit for 9 piercing damage
Not much, but fuck it.
as, what do you call it, the empty
It falls dead.
fountain stabs into the creature's face, and its fuller, as well as its blade, is spider-webbed with a gross-looking luminescent green liquid. As you then, again, fall down, bracing yourself, stopping you, thanks to that acrobatics check, also stopping yourself from taking excess damage from falling so far.
Okay, alright.
As you manage to stab it in the face. However, it does not seem to have let Seren go.
Yeah, okay. Plan B then, but next turn.
All right. Hello.
Oh boy, it's my turn.
Oh boy, here we go.
You know what? I will, in fact, become speed. And how far is this thing? 15, so perfect. I'm gonna walk up to the creature, well, I guess run in this case. Run up to this creature and, seeing a potential opportunity, Holo Holo's gonna summon that sort of familiar, sort of jellyfish Portuguese manta war tentacle, and I'm gonna wrap it, try to go in and wrap it around. Yeah, Whiplash. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna
It's a save,
post-
correct?
No, that is I need to hit range touch attack. Because Limp Lash is an interesting spell. And a 15.
Okay.
And 3 damage to both its strength, dex, and con.
Okay.
And essentially, even though it might probably not do much, I'm going to try to tighten it around its throat if it hits. Just so...
Okay. Yeah, no,
if-
the limp lash strikes out the jellyfish tentacle, wrapping around its large body, cinching tight, and you see the venomous magic begin to spread through its body. The Man-of-War tentacle bubbles and sizzles as the aqueous energy it's made of sizzles on contact with the extreme heat of the creature's back horns, but does not dissolve. As that is your turn.
Hell. Yes, that is my turn. I'm gonna have to stay here, and I'm gonna just hold down this bitch, or attempt to, at least kind of.
It is now his turn. Oh boy.
It is the Remorhaz's turn. Siren, you saw Vark valiantly launch himself up, stab the creature in the face, following Flick's advantage at example as he came in, struck, and retreated. And then Hollow, with that same dark jellyfish tentacle, slap it across this creature's body, and you see something envenomate and seep into the creature. But it doesn't stop its grip on. As its mouth opens wide, and you can see glowing, pulsating, undulating gizzards and razor teeth awaiting you as it attempts to drop you into its open mouth. And I'm going to make another combat maneuver check to see if it manages to swallow you. Let's see. Load. Check something quick. 7. Technically, this is not a grapple check, so it's bonus to that. Okay. You all watch as the creature's razor maw opens wide. The pincers fold out, letting go of Sirin. And there's this moment of tenseness, of free fall, as Sirin is let go. She goes to reach out to something, grab the edge of its mouth. For a moment, you see her latch both hands onto its lip, go to yank herself free, and then one quick forward upward motion as it pushes its head upwards. Just one moment its head is down, the next moment it's up, and Sirin is gone, enveloped. As it then shuts its jaws, and Sirin, you are swallowed.
Shh. Board, you have been bored, you have been the board.
No!
Moment. Roll something.
That's not ominous.
Is
That's a lot of dice.
it is. The
Ugh.
For a second, there was a tantalizing, traitorous moment of the possibility of freedom. As you then are just almost like this thing was just... No, it wasn't smart enough to be toying with you, but it... Maybe there's that feeling of frustration that it is. But it let go, and then as you were about to pull yourself free, it just moved its mouth further up. And as its jaws shut and the light of day is denied to you, A new glow consumes your world as you are forced to travel down a slick slide of rubbery flesh. As you go further down, you start to feel it. The fire that the corpse had described to you. As you are, at the very least, in the closest thing you've ever been to the fiery pits of a hell that any preacher in the Gatsrich papacy ever preached and profligated. As the muscle and the tissue crushes and pushes down on you, threatening to bind you in place and deny you a chance of escape, as the heat of its insides, the raw heat, burns at your skin worse than even the acids do. As you take as you take 12 points of fire damage.
Oh, okay.
And you are now closed within this creature. I will say, actually no, I'll leave that for now until we get around to you. Click. It is your turn.
Like upon seeing Siren be enveloped and just, presumably gulped down by this creature, he's going to call out, "Siren, no! We need to take control of this!" And he's going to go over to here, and I'm going to attempt to stab this creature again with the blood.
Okay.
I don't know if haste is still up.
Haste
Haste is still up.
It
and
is.
you're also getting a flanking bonus.
Yeah, but I was about to say I was muted, but yeah, you're flanking as well.
So the flanking
What
bonus
is this
is
+2.
+2, so that's 17, and the +1 from haste.
+1 from the
And I
weapon.
think the blood is already +1, so
Okay, yeah. Case.
And he got and he has that -3 to his dexterity. All
True.
that good stuff.
True. It does subtract from his AC. Yeah. And since I'm gonna say he's still in the process of swallowing, he is still denied his dex bonus. Will not be by the start of his next. You hit as the spot that you strike,
yes!
where you stab into its icy blue scales, is then permeated by a ugly, blackened splotch like an ink stain that emanates from no known point in the blade. There's no inkwell, there's nothing, there's not even a look of, there's no impression of ink leaving the sword. It just grows from the stab wound. There's a sort of cathartic feeling of not quite sadism, but catharsis that's not quite your own. You'll run up your arm when you manage to get it get through its scales. And so, I believe that is your turn. Unless you wish to do anything else.
And now that I've heard it, would I be able to activate it this turn or my next turn?
You still have a swift action.
Bane
You
effect.
would be able to activate the Bane effect.
I will do so.
Okay? Any strikes from this point onward will be as if from a +3 weapon with an extra 2d6 damage.
Yeah.
Siren, you are trapped
Yes.
within the burning, hellish insides of this creature. How would you like to try and get out?
Siren is in horrible pain, being burned alive by the acid or whatever liquids are inside this thing's gullet, and just utterly panicking at this point. She can do nothing more than take out her sickle and attempt to carve her way out of its stomach.
So she can. This is an innate part of the
Yeah.
swallow hole mechanic where a creature can try and cut its way out. Make me an attack roll.
Yep. Does a 17 hit?
That hits. How much damage do you do?
Oh, good.
7
I will
damage.
roll that now.
No, it's rolled. 7 damage.
Oh, is it?
Maximum.
Oh, it is already rolled. Okay. That's good.
You
She's gonna
pull
try to
out your
fillet
s-
this thing from the
Max
inside.
damage too.
pull out your sickle, and you overhand clutch it with both hands, and then jam it into the inside flesh of this creature and drag it downwards, trying to open a big enough rent in this to hopefully let yourself out. And the tip of the sickle, in one frustrating, infuriating moment, doesn't seem to catch on the creature's rubbery insides. And then it does. It catches a soft spot or something, a pore maybe, and then it embeds, which gives you purchase enough to push it in and then drag it downwards as the sickening squelch of intestinal walls and muscle parting, ripping, and then you all watch as what looks at first like a glowing dot appears on the creature's belly, somewhere around where you would approximate your sternum to be, relative size. And then a line of orange traces down its chest, and then the weight of Siren's body pushes the cut open as she then falls out and flops down onto the ground, covered in glowing orange fluids that then quickly, rapidly cool to looking more like a dull green.
And Siren viciously says in Draconic, "Ah, vile creature!"
Ah, the miracle
And
of
her eyes look a little
childbirth.
different.
Name it, Pharaoh.
And then the
Swallow
muscles,
him now.
the muscles of the creature's internal structure then ripple, pulsate, and then close the rend in its chest as the creature's intestinal contractions work to close the wound.
Okay. Do I still have movement on my turn?
Yes,
Wonderful.
you technically still have
You were
premonition
sport-
active, right?
Yes.
Yes. You are fully licensed without incurring attack of opportunity to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah. You also have haste still on, so zoomies, you can fuck off, right? You can fuck right.
You
Yeah.
have 50.
With-
no,
with
you have
haste-
60 feet of movement.
No, I have 50. I have 20 normally because of my
Oh, right,
armor.
'cause of
Plus
medium
30
armor.
from haste, I have 50. Yeah.
50.
I don't want to get too far away though because of the, obviously spell stuff. So I'm going to move exactly 25 over here. Right there. Oh, why did my
Oh.
token disappear?
Ugh.
Entry's
Hit
gone.
Control Z.
Oh,
And
you know
she's-
why? Okay.
Hit Control Z.
Okay, it's not doing it, but you know why that happened in the first place? My hit to talk key for Discord is the delete button on the
Oh,
numpad, so I should change
no.
that probably.
So
Uh,
hit Control Z.
We just
I did. It didn't
just-
do anything.
Okay, in that case, I will.
we just
try
watch it. We just watch this syringe just like Minecraft teleports out of there.
She ran this way and then, bip, disappeared into the back rooms.
Give me that.
She's that good.
I'm gonna change my keybind for this.
Good idea.
Probably for the best.
Good
Yes.
idea.
You're into the back rooms.
it's
Lenoptrix,
changed.
as a matter of fact, yes, a what do you call it? A Remorhaz's body heat melts non-magical weapons and armor that make contact with it, and any creature that tries to grapple, punch, bite, claw, or sting this creature takes 8d6 fire damage.
Yeah,
any creature
natural
s-
unarmed attacks.
Yeah, natural
It's
unarmed
really
attacks. Any
Jesus.
non-magical weapon that strikes it takes takes that fire damage, and any creature bitten or swallowed, or actually any creature swallowed by this creature, takes the crushing damage of its insides as well as another 8d6 fire damage. Yes,
You know, with that being said, would Siren's sickle have melted? Because it's not magical.
that would actually be a good point. 1 second.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. She's gonna kill me.
Divorce.
You had to say something.
I didn't think about it because I was like, well, maybe it doesn't affect the inside.
No,
No, it very much
it's inside.
affects the
It's
inside.
specifically its
I mean,
insides.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I think that also affects who's going to sleep on the couch tonight.
Wow. Okay.
Believe me, this is not even the worst of what this thing is going to do to any of you guys. Replacing a 6 gold sickle is going to be the least of your worries by the end of the time you actually manage to go and go buy something to replace
Oh,
it.
look at I've bought a wheel and suddenly her god has blessed her god has blessed it to become a magical weapon.
Oh, okay. So is she still inside of it then, or?
Oh no, she's out. She's out.
Oh,
The
sickle isn't though. The
But
sickle's
my sickle
dead.
is melted. That's
one-
fine.
one-
I look down and my
Shut
sickle is
He
melted.
can burn him.
Oh,
Any weapon that
also, I
strikes,
hate that.
any weapon that strikes a Remorhaz is given a DC 19 Fortitude save.
Oh, with my fortitude?
No, with the sickle's Fortitude, which is
Cool.
not
That's
terribly
alright.
high.
Interesting.
It's all based on like its hardness and shit like that because it's made of steel. It has a
Oh.
decent
Please tell me it didn't
chance.
affect her armor. Please tell me it didn't affect her armor.
You worried about me making this a war scene and then have her come out naked like this is fucking, I don't know.
Yes.
Like this is some
is
like
not-
there's some bit out of.
What, like,
This is absolutely a bit I'm just gonna steal from fucking Konosuba.
Oh.
I was gonna say it's like a sketchy Newgrounds animation, but
Oh,
A
well,
sketchy
I mean,
Newgrounds.
not
Oh my
far off.
God.
Not far
Oh.
off. But then again, Sketchy Newgrounds animations were based off of anime, so who's keeping count? Anyway, the sickle does not succeed its fortitude save. As you manage to cut through the thing's insides, and as you're moving away, you notice that you're only holding onto a wooden hat with a slagged up what's left of the bottom half of your sickle. It seems to have melted and dissolved as you were cutting through its stomach lining.
That's fine. Siren throws it on the ground, frustrated.
Eat the sickle.
The digestive fluids aren't a resin, they're a hemolymph of some sort, or at least its inside fluids are. Anyway, talk about a giant cobra millipede snake's inside fluids aside. Vark, beloved, how would you like to
Hello.
continue murdering this thing? You know,
Hello,
before
my
it
name
eats
is
you
Mark.
too.
I am beloved.
Hello, my name is Vark. I'm beloved. Is swallowed. Thank you for beloving me.
I am beloved. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
He's hugging me from his insides.
I'm inside him. I'm inside him.
Vark,
Inside him, inside him.
I'm Vark,
My-
I'm 19 and never fucking learned how to read.
My-
God damn it.
Remember that?
My name is Vark. I am beloved. My milk does indeed bring all the gold to the art.
God.
My name is Vark. I was beloved.
X. I am X beloved.
Anyway,
hated.
Formerly beloved.
Before Vark gets milked, let's see.
No. I can't wait to see unbeloved Vark.
Oh no.
God damn it.
On today's session,
Punished
the milking of Vark.
Anyway, I attempt to stab
More
it.
smoking stream.
Harken, Varken, you stab and bab him. As you stab it with the fountain, returning its blood to it, you stab it 22 for 15 damage as your rapier dives deep, and it comes back with a whip of blood splashing the ground beneath you, trailing a thin line across the ground, like cursive, but deathly.
Me next! Come on! So I reach into my bag and pull out one of my other alchemical items.
It's the one you crack open that makes the creature nauseous, yes?
Correct.
Just in case. We'll see if you need that.
Eat the cat.
Oh yeah, that's my turn.
Right. Oh, hollow.
Okay, gotta roll this 1d6 real quick. Oh, he's fucked.
Ooh.
As he takes another 6 damage to all of his physical characteristics.
Oh, very good.
Oh,
The
Jesus
spell is
Christ.
nasty. That's a total of
You know, it's
9
really-
to its strength, dex, and con.
Can we talk about how
It's
good
definitely
it is?
moving quite stiffly.
Burning, you feel?
And
shame.
I'm gonna.
You've
I'm
given
going
it
to-
rigor mortis and it isn't even dead yet.
And I am now finally, doing the witchy thing. I'm going to use Evil Eye on it
Okay.
because I hate this thing a lot. I think.
Edvord, Sailor Siren.
Yes, and I am going to. Hopefully, maybe it'll work this time. I'm going to use the beneficial version of it. So I'm going to imbue a poison into it as well.
All right. That is a fortitude
and
save?
so for the first one,
Yes.
he needs to make my DC is down by 1 because of how this works, but he needs to make a will save first.
Okay. What DC?
That is if my DC 16 would be a 15, I believe.
He fails. By 1.
Oh fuck. Okay. Fuck his ability saves. -2 to that shit.
Okay. All right.
And what poisons can I?
Poisons you fucking have,
Wait.
man.
That's true.
Wait,
We are
I remember-
debilitating this
remember-
fucker.
I remember. Remember, I made 2 doses of that Eurypterid poison.
That is true, you did.
Uh,
Ah, man.
I'm going to imbue that into it. Let me look at its save real quick. I can't remember that poison save, but it's gonna be at a -1. That is a 20 save.
20 save. Okay. Against its poison? That one. No, against the poison. That's a total of. I'm sorry, but actually it took a 9 to its con. So
And
that
it's at a -2 for its saves.
ability saves or
Ability.
you
I made
expected
the
it
ability.
saves. There's no such thing as ability saves. There's just ability rolls or
Yeah.
saves.
Yes.
You are
Saves.
targeting its saves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It took 9 to its con. So it's currently. Seven. Comes to a 23.
Damn, just barely. Okay, but it's not gone yet. It has to see one more save on its next turn. Anyways, that ends my turn though.
Okay. A valiant fucking opposition being brought in by the heroes, trepid that they are. However, now we get to decide which one it decides to eat this time.
Looks at Varg.
As it rises high up onto its hind legs, wings fanning out to the side, rattling as the thing screeches at you. And then, let's see, which one does it decide to eat?
It's deciding.
Yes, which one is it hungry for? Will it go after Serin, the softened target, half melted? But now that it's surrounded by things stabbing at its belly, will it try to kill them first? Is it smart enough to do so?
No.
Yes, yes it is actually. Fun fact about Remorhaz is they're intelligent enough to understand language. They only speak giant though. They are sometimes kept by
I could
giants.
talk to this thing?
No.
I have giant.
You could talk at it.
Oh, okay. It can't talk to me. Damn.
It doesn't have the
I
vocal
would-
cords necessary to vocalize. It can understand basic commands in giant. Giants do, in fact, keep these things as attack beasts and guard beasts on occasion.
Yeah, they're like attack dogs.
Yeah. Really nasty attack dogs that explode from the ground and melt their enemies. They're also horribly great at depopulating surrounding ecosystems because one, they tend to have fire because they have fire damage. They tend to attack the weakness of anything else in its ecosystem, and literally everything else that is an animal or monster tends to attack with natural weapons. So, yeah, it's nasty. They are apex predators in this area against anything that isn't like 4 or 5 CR higher than it. It's just trying to bite this thing is horrendously dangerous. Right, I need to pull something. Okay. Spotting a soft target, as well as something that just tried to hit it with some sort of magic. It lunges, snapping like a cobra strike over Vark's head and clamping its teeth around Hollow.
Oh. Attack of opportunity?
God.
Question
No.
mark?
Don't let
No,
go of the
okay.
rope.
It's
Don't
within-
let go
he-
of the rope.
He's within its threat range. It's a huge creature.
Right.
That son of a bitch. You got me monologuing. But he didn't break the rope.
My dog.
But he didn't break. But yeah, what did it roll to hit me with?
I like to imagine Hollow in its stomach, still holding onto that rope, like that limp, like that, like
It's
it
attached
leads
to his-
all the way like through its throat.
I like to imagine it's
Up
wrapped
into
around
its
his
mouth.
uvula.
Yeah.
Okay, but what dude does it hit? Or I take it probably does hit even with a -9 to its physical stats currently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, what did it roll?
Well, you're lucky because its strength bonus to its damage has been reduced. You're unlucky because it crit.
I fucking knew it.
I was about to say, I have a feeling.
No!
Oh boy, I'm about to
My
die.
friend, you take
I heard a 1, and I almost thought that you were about to say 100.
nope. Well,
Whatever god you serve, you see them.
How much?
22 damage. Actually, no, 25. Yeah, factoring in its reduced damage bonus to damage, as you take 25 crushing damage. As it then makes a grab maneuver against you, and definitely succeeds. As you
That
were the next
19?
one hoisted high, ready to be swallowed. Have to ask you to shift
All good.
momentarily.
All good.
Take it he does that next turn.
That will be his.
Or is
his-
it gonna-
That will be his next action. Yes. The grab is a free action off of a successful bite. The swallow whole action is the next thing he will. Also, I require you to make me a concentration check at a DC, I believe, 32.
I believe that's only for
Please.
haste, because Limp Flash actually isn't concentration.
I do
Please.
not believe that.
Yeah, no, look at you can even type it up on the site. Yeah, it's not.
What were they thinking with this spell?
I know. It's official it's an official Paizo.
No, what was Paizo thinking? There's no way to interrupt the spell besides killing the target. This is a
Or destroying the whip.
Destroying the move, disarming them maybe.
Either literally or in the fighting sense.
Well, if you let go or it is destroyed, the spell ends all target pin. Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, its best hope is you melting to death inside of its stomach.
Which is a possibility right now with Hollow taking 25 damage.
Pain. I am very much in pain. But yeah, no, I'll still make the concentration check because haste is still up.
Oh yeah, haste you'll have to try and sustain.
Mhm.
Please.
Well, you guys no longer have zoomies.
Yep, haste is off.
What? That's okay.
Da da da. Try and remember steaks. Nah, Remorhaz steaks are already pre-cooked. They're all gamey too. They're well done after so many years of being so warm.
Oh, that's rough. It was a slow cook, marinated it. It was all good.
Now, unlike in 5e, another dumbass nerf thing integrated, losing your haste does not immediately rob you of another action of your next turn.
That is true. There, no haste exhaustion, which is nice.
Yes. Yep, it can also be immediately countered if it cast on somebody who is affected by slow.
Be good.
It can be countered with slow, or it can be used to counter slow. Anyway, Blake, it is your turn.
I may have lost my zoomies, but I still have my stabbies.
You do.
Especially now that my stab has a extra +2 to it.
And also +2 to your damage.
Oh, I think that's a 23.
That is a 23 and a 9 slashing damage. Or,
Actually, wait a moment.
And the 2d6 blot, right?
yep, an extra 2d6.
Yes.
I was gonna say, what type of weapon is it again?
It is a rapier. It's actually piercing.
Does rapiers? No, they don't. Okay, that's with. I couldn't remember if rapiers crit on an 18, 19, or 20.
They
but
crit on 18, 19, 20, but he rolled a 9.
Oh, it says Flick rolled an 18 plus 10. Oh, wait, no, something's wrong. Something's wrong on my screen. It's fine. It doesn't matter. The game is like my roll 20 literally is all goofed up. Never mind. I was like, wait a minute. He rolled an 18.
Yeah, no, it's saying I rolled 18 plus 10 with the melee, and then the +2 from the mod, and obviously the other.
Underneath
And then it
says
becomes
Yeah, in that
9
case,
plus
that
10
case it
plus
would be
0.
31, but no, it's...
Yeah, it was just weird. I see it now. I was looking. I was like, wait a minute. But no,
It's being fucking weird, yeah.
Yes. For 9 piercing damage, for an extra 6 precision damage, for a total of 14. Well, no, 15. For a total of 15, you plunge the rapier deep, and you see the blot that you stab into pulsate as you see a ripple of some sort of energy as you again feel this little undercurrent of satisfied, not quite sadism, but definitely enjoyment at a well-placed strike as that blot pulses and the flesh around it visibly degrades. Would you like to execute another attack as a full round action?
Haste went away, I
No.
believe.
Not from haste.
Oh,
Yes.
Full
yeah,
attacks.
stop. Yeah.
Isn't that at level 6?
Oh,
It is,
damn.
yeah, I think we're level 5.
Right, yeah, you don't have... what am I talking about? Yes, that's level 6.
You got me
Sorry.
excited there
You-
for a sec.
you
but
had
then-
me
but then I was like,
confused,
wait a
man.
minute.
Because you were talking about extra
Yeah,
attacks
no.
before. We were talking about extra attacks before. Then again, I forgot that was
I think
because
that's because of haste.
Right, yes. So yes,
Yeah.
you plant a well-placed strike.
Wait. Isn't this a full round? No, wait, no, it's
No,
not. Oh,
he's
this
not level
looks-
6, he doesn't get a second attack.
Right.
Not yet. Not yet.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Let me look. Let me consult my others. Wait, since I hit him with a one-handed weapon, I'd like to spend a panache point. Now, I'd also like to make an intimidate against this creature as a swift action,
Okay.
Ooh, alright.
as part of menacing swordplay.
Okay, so you're going to try and demoralize it. And intimidate.
It's basically
Yes, I'm going to try and demoralize it. And I'm going to tell it to put.
it's basically dazzling display, yeah.
Dazzling Display is basically a 30-foot AoE demoralize action. This is targeted on a specific, on the creature you strike. If anything, it's more like Cornigon Smash.
Okay.
Anyway, let's see how that intimidate goes. 26.
That's a number to make me proud.
Karius just starts crying back at the place for no reason.
I don't know why, I'm just feeling very proud right now.
And in the background, Mallory just throws up after coming out that hut.
Why am I proud?
Flick's lips curl back, his pointed teeth showing, and he snarls and says, "What?"
There is one small downside right now. Small is not a mistake in my statement. Intimidation attempts on creatures then larger than you. For each size category larger, you take a -4 penalty. This is part of the reason why the big mutated crocodile and the and the champion were not intimidated, because of the size difference giving them a significant advantage when dealing against intimidation checks. It's also why the troglodytes basically wilted under Karia's intimidation checks, the smaller ones at least. Because for every size category larger than you are, you get a +4 penalty, or a +4 bonus. So unfortunately, you come up shy, and the creature is not fazed by your threats and taunts. Unfortunate, especially given how well you rolled there. But sometimes
it was a good attempt.
The creature is a little too big, even though the pain you're doling out to it is a little too big to care for your threats or to take them seriously. If indeed it understands your threats and isn't just motivated by instinct. Just one moment, I'm going to... It is Siren's turn.
Yes. Siren is going to help her party members by casting Bless on everyone.
All right.
I'm feeling #bless.
There we go. The midges were getting in the window. Going to bless everybody. Okay, everybody gets a +1 to attack and to saves against fear.
Yes, and she's
That
going to
plus
continue to keep her
range
distance from it.
Bark, most beloved.
All right. Well, I'm basically right beneath it. Gonna step upwards.
Okay.
A very easy option here. All right. Stop. I am going to reach and I kind of pull my arm back, crouch down, and then jump up, and I stab into its throat, and I'm going to kind of dislodge my blade in between the chitinous plates of its armor, distracting it, I will say, making it pay more attention to me, as I use Butterfly Sting to give the crit to Flick. Flick! Right. Now!
As you crouch low and then rocket up, grabbing onto its plates, planting it deep. But rather than go for the throat yourself, you instead twist and redirect the blade in such a way to cause as much pain as possible, rather than as much damage as possible. Opening the thing up, it thrashes, it screeches, it rebels against your attempts to kill it. And Flick, you are given a golden opportunity to stab this fucking thing in the spine. However, Hollow, it is your turn.
And I shall do so.
So basically, your next hit on it will be an automated crit.
Behold, gentlemen, my last limp flash. Oh shit.
That is a total of 11.
And I believe it needs to make it save again.
Yes, against the poison.
Mm-hmm.
It will succeed.
Damn.
I'm very sorry. It has a monstrous fortitude, even with a low con.
Regardless, this motherfucker is hurting, I think, in those stats. So, is there a way I can also roll escape?
Escape artist? Yes. Yes, you may. You don't need to be trained in it. You're just not going to do very well. Unfortunate.
Damn.
Not going to do it. As you as well try to wiggle free.
No.
And that is your turn.
There-
That is
No, yeah, there's...
That is a full round action. Remorhaz's turn. This thing is definitely hurting, and its movements are most certainly more stiff and rigid and snappy than they were before. As it rolls a 19, you die.
Bye, guys. Ooh, goodbye, Hollow.
As
Bye.
this time, rather than just slinging you down, this time it almost... You almost think this thing is doing this out of spite. As it lowers its head, and then where it lowers its head kind of jankily where the rapier is still lodged, with Vark still kind of hanging onto its chest plates. As it then jerks it upwards, throwing you several feet in the air, and then... And Hollow is gone.
How much damage was that?
Roll. How much health do you have left, Hollow?
5.
You have a con of
Fuck
14.
me! What?
14. This is the closest we've gotten to death before. I will go over the rules. Once you hit 0, you are incapacitated, but still conscious. You go into the negatives, you are unconscious and bleeding out. If you reach a negative equal to your con, you're dead. So you have a buffer zone, 19 HP, before you're dead. And this thing does enough damage just passively at minimum that it's going to knock you out.
What negative number am I in?
Let's roll.
Really quick. Not to disturb you. Do I see Hollow go limp in its jaw as it goes in?
No. You see him in free fall, definitely heavily injured by the bite. There's a shower of droplets of blood as he's flung into the air, and you can see his already heavily wounded body. Before then, the creature's head snaps forward and swallows him in one go.
Okay, right.
It will be the pressure and the heat that knocks him out. As Hollow, you drift down the creature's slide-like neck, and the muscles that contracted on Siren, seething with heat, melting at you and crushing you, are too much, and you feel you lose all strength in your limbs, and everything goes black as you take 12 damage. You got very lucky.
I'm
That
at
was-
negative.
That was 8d6.
What the okay, I'm at -7 right now.
And
Help! I
and
need.
the limp lash dissipates, and its stats return to normal.
Help! I need somebody help! Not just anybody help!
I can come in from the top ropes, right?
No,
Do I have
There is
dramatic
no-
entrance?
there is no Deus Ex Caria.
Ah, fuck? Okay, so we need to have the. We need to.
And now
I need
you
to
know
make-
why I was being so smug about splitting the party.
Oh god. So we need a petition for that one bleach like that bleach D20 system to have the the hero's arrival feat where you can just show up.
Unfortunately, I don't run my games like anime. I only borrow heavily sometimes. Anyway,
Oh god.
Flick, it is your turn. You have an automatic crit that has been passed over
Well,
to you by Vark. You are also flanking.
Seeing how he has seen another one of his allies be swallowed by this monstrosity. Look, eagle-eyed as ever, and with exacting precision, will guide the block into this fucker's side.
Okay.
It was not that crit, so.
Crit.
Yes.
And the crit modifier of plus of ×2 only. That being said, he does roll the
Yeah, rapiers only have a ×2. That's true.
Yeah.
It also, Bane does not specify, because it's not technically precision damage. It's just untyped, which means it multiplies on a crit.
Correct.
So, Flick, as well as your bonus of the dex to damage, has an extra 6 to your damage. Actually, no. That's an extra, because that actually comes up to an 11. That's a +8. So, roll me another d6, and then roll me 4d6.
1d6 came up with a 1, but let's see how the Oh!
Your bonus to damage doubles to a +16, thanks to the crit. So, 3 plus 1 is 4. 4 is your base rapier's dice. +16 comes up to a 20. Plus the extra untyped damage from the Bane effect comes up to a 41. As you take 2 live steps up this creature's tail, up its spine, and then slam that sucker home as the rapier plants between the closest thing you think this thing has to vertebrae between its plates, slipping between like butter, as the same angry pulsing blot radiates around the wound you make, and you see like the scales and the plates and the horns begin to slough off as they rot in an accelerated manner, spreading out, and you see veins of black, inky hatred course up and down its body, rotting it from the inside. A man once
Thus
said,
I give up my blade.
a man once
Praise
said,
Desna!
a man once said that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other man to die. So the man who made this sword says, fuck you, I'm putting my anger in you so you die.
Hell yeah.
So yes, you have critted this thing for a total of 41 damage.
I'm so proud.
How's it looking?
Not good. You chunked it for what was close approaching its max, like half of its max HP. As it stands right now, with all the other damage that was done to it before, this thing is heavily bloodied. It is not looking in great shape. It will die soon, but will you kill it before Hollow dies?
Well, aren't they gonna
Well,
just
my
find
friends,
that out?
let's finish this beastie off before Hollow gets turned into a slush.
Right.
Siren,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Oh boy. Well, with the knowledge that I do not actually have access to inflict spells, that kind of brings my options down in terms for attacking this thing, which is what I would like to do. But my sickle has been melted. So,
You got hands.
Do a hola hola would do.
I do not have hands. I mean, yes, I have hands, but not like that. I have healing hands. Actually, how... How hurt does Hollow Hollow look?
I don't
don't
know.
even see me.
Does Sirin have X-ray vision
Oh,
like Primrose?
Never mind.
That's true.
You're right. She wouldn't. Fuck. Shit.
He's basically gonna die next turn if we can't get him out of there.
Yeah, we gotta be quick.
Yeah.
This is when Siren pulls out her dwarven gun and
No.
That I've had this whole time.
That's Slate. You're confusing the two.
oh right,
They
there
look
we
very
go, of course.
similar. I don't
That is
blame you.
true. That is-
Anyway, Siren, what would you like to do?
Hold on, let me read through something real quick. You know what? Maybe this is the first coup de grace that we get to do. If this thing is hurt enough, I could be able to put it to sleep, and then Vark next turn could coup de grace it. If it's hurt enough, that is.
Are you thinking of using
to,
sleep?
Yes.
Sleep doesn't work.
Oh.
As we've gone over before, Pathfinder sleep and 3.5 sleep works based off of HD, not off of health.
Doesn't HD mean hit die?
Yes, and any creature with 5 or more hit dice is not affected by sleep.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Or more specifically, it only affects up to 5 HD of creatures. So any creature of higher than 5 HD is not affected. To be more specific. This creature is higher than 5 HD. I will give you that.
Yeah.
In case you hadn't
No, yeah,
gotten that
definitely.
yet. And Grim, no, unfortunately, it is not quite massive damage.
What do you mean? This guy only has one HD of 1d100, right? It's
Oh,
one
for
HD,
sure. I
right?
rolled a 99.
I see.
What an awful HD
I mean,
to give somebody.
I'm gonna do the only thing I can do, which is to just cast Bane on it.
Okay. All right, Bane.
I wish I had more to offer.
Do you have a crossbow?
We are both painting it.
Nope, that sickle was my only weapon.
Shit.
Something to consider in the future. Checo did make
Unless
a bunch
I
of
can
masterwork
hit it with
crossbows.
my.
Hmm?
That's true. Oh, I didn't even know that actually. Unless I can hit it with my spell focus staff.
Nah.
No, you don't want to do that.
Improvised weapon.
Yeah.
Improvised weapon that is not magical.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll melt or be burned away.
Okay. That is a save on its part. Is it? Yes, it is. We'll save, though. It fails. It takes a -1 penalty on its attacks.
That's good.
Thing.
Yay! And given that this thing usually attacks for like 40 plus, that really helps a lot.
So, Rami, I don't know if this would affect any, but I just remembered this. I have a few poisons and that nightshade on me. Would that affect this fucking thing? Because it just ate me.
True. You raise an excellent point. Let me roll something. Now that it's your turn. Or no, it's not.
It's just gonna
We'll wait until
cocktail of poisons.
We'll wait until your turn before we decide on that. Vark.
Okay. Straight up gonna proclaim right now I'm spending 2 inspiration for inspiration on attack roll here.
Okay.
I cannot not hit here. This is very important.
We're also flanking it, so yes.
And it's denied its dex bonus, thanks to that.
And you have bless.
Well, okay.
You hit. You most certainly hit. For 13
Well,
damage.
I'm gonna roll this shit anyway. Just for flavor.
Okay.
13 damage. Actually, wait. This is round what?
3.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. This thing needs to die. I am there.
End this man. End him.
Okay.
End this creature.
For a total of 17 damage. Quick calculation. You know one thing that is really on your side here? Besides the
What?
magnificent strike from Flick and
Flick.
your excellent strategy, Mark. When a creature's con is lowered and it loses part of its con bonus to HP,
It loses.
and then it when its max HP is lowered as a result of
Oh
that,
my god!
and then returns to
you're right.
normal, and then returns
It doesn't
to normal,
get the HP
it
back.
doesn't get the HP back. You are very, very lucky. Because that managed to lower it just past the threshold to allow your 17 damage as you once more crouch low. Actually, no. Vark, rather than me describe your actions for you, how would you like to finish this?
All right. Well, okay. So, still kind of dangling on its armor plates from the previous blow that he had struck, he pulled the rapier out and yelled out in rage, which is uncharacteristic for Warg, also considered, as he stabs with all his might, sinking the rapier up to the hilt in one of its eyes, and still holding onto it with that, he draws his dagger and comes from the side and stabs into the other eye, shish kebabbing it from both sides, and then he wrenches it around, kind of trying to twist and break its neck, if it even has one.
The fountain buries deep into its eye. And you bring the dagger to bear as well, taking out its other eye as you do everything you can to just fucking kill this thing. Get Hollow out. Kill it. You, in the uncharacteristic burst of anger from Vark, in the barest periphery, even maintaining some of your reason and perception in this explosion of anger, you can see what you think is the characteristic yellowish watery hue of cerebrospinal fluid seeping up the glass-like blade of the fountain, as its fuller is filled with whatever is inside the Remorhaz's brain, as the rapier finds purchase and then scrambles it like an egg, with the dagger implanted giving you extra purchase to really wrench it around and whisk its brain like cracked eggs in a bowl. before then wrenching free, dislodging, and the creature's body goes stiff like glacial ice. And for a second, you don't know if it's gone still because it can't see you, because it's considering fleeing, or if it's about to thrash out in his death throes, whip you around, flee with hollow still in its stomach. And then its body begins to hiss and steam as the area around you is bathed in heat and warmth. Snow and ice immediately, what do you call it? Snow and ice in the immediate area around it immediately melt. Everything within 10 feet of it evaporates as Bark and Flick take 10 points of fire damage as the excess body heat within its body is ejected as it's no longer being contained. And there's this heat wave that emanates off of it. And then it collapses boneless to the now thawed, wet, muddy, bloody ground. As the spikes on its back begin to dim and turn the same icy blue as the rest of its scales. The Remorhaz, dead.
Okay. Vark drops to the ground as it slumps to the ground as well. He immediately drops both weapons to the floor.
The dagger, by the by, is slag.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Very much. Doesn't even pay attention to it really. This doesn't matter right now. Points to Flick, looks at Siren. I need you to hold open his mouth right now.
Hello. I need to do me a
On
favor.
On it.
Roll me a D100.
Oh, there you go.
Unfortunately, you do not pass your death save. In Pathfinder, you get 1. But this doesn't mean you're dead. Death saves in Pathfinder work differently. Death save is your check to stabilize. You roll, I believe. Mara, is it a 5 or lower? A D100? More or less than that 20 is.
Yeah.
If you manage to roll a 5 or lower, or depending on the GM, 95 or higher, you automatically stabilize. And either awake once you manage to naturally heal, assuming you're in a place that's strong, safe enough that you can, or until you are healed to 0 or more HP. In this case, you do not manage to stabilize as you take 1 point of bleed. The residual weight of the creature still crushes your body. The heat that was there is still intense, but not scorching like it was before. It is no longer melting your body wholesale.
Mm-hmm.
You are still, however, within the thing's guts, as the rest of the party, it seems like, is trying to extract you.
Okay.
Yes.
And in trying to extract the Flick, for his part, will try and probably not really effective with the way will try his best to try and slice open parts of its jaw, parts of its neck to try and widen the gap, try and widen the passage so that we can then enter into its its internals.
It is quite big. You could fucking walk into its mouth if you.
Vark is doing that with that. Vark is literally crouching down. He's crawling into its mouth.
The body still spasms, twitches, and you feel the muscles sometimes pulsate around you, almost worryingly as if it was going to trap you and crush you, but it only is ever a twitch as you delve into its gullet and then deep into its stomach, where at the bottom of it, in a pool of inert digestive fluids, is the unconscious, crushed, bitten, burned body.
All right.
Still whole.
Well,
Only just a little bit burned and digested.
still hollow.
Holo.
Hello.
Oloboro?
Swallow
That's when
holo.
Vark. This is when Vark tells everybody that he is actually turning on the party and kills Hollow Hollow.
No.
Holo got he got swallow
Switch
hollowed.
sides.
Swallow holo. Yeah. Anyway,
Yo.
5 HP. Holo
That's not
holo.
enough to bring me out of the negatives.
Holo holo is stabilized, but how far in the negatives are you?
-3 right now.
Brings you up to 2.
Siren is also going to help, like, carry or grab onto Hollow Hollow to pry him free from this fluid, and is also going to cast Cure. She's actually going to cure moderate wounds when she pries him free.
Holo, just to make sure, that -3 is after the healing the 5?
Yes.
Okay, you're still unconscious, but you are stabilized.
Yeah,
You're no longer bleeding out. And yes, following afterwards, the sickly smell of digestive fluids and burnt flesh is rancid, and it's dark and
I roll against the heel,
not,
joking.
the probably a few bad memories of your own journey down this throat. None of the characteristic glow or heat still remaining. As you venture your own way down, find Vark pouring something down, down Hollow Hollow's throat, as the wounds slowly mend across, as the burn wounds solidify into scars. You kneel next to him, place your hands upon him, and throw as much healing energy as you can into him. And the burn scars fade to nothing. The acid burns go away. The pits that they burned into his flesh filling in with new flesh and new healed skin, muscle, and stopping the bleeding and reducing some of the crushing and biting from the massive bite wound that it gave him. One that you sport as well. As you heal, 14 points of damage, but 12. Well, no, that puts you at. You were -3.
Is it
puts you at 11.
Okay.
As you are now once more alive and awake.
Now, for Meluna's sake, can we please exit this creature's body?
After you, I will push him.
Yes. Yes, the smell and the sight of fluids is not the best.
It's rather
Flick, can you hear me? From out there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Please pry open his mouth so we can pull him out.
He's already open. Don't worry.
As you begin to haul Hollow's half-conscious body out the mouth, which Flick is valiantly holding pried open as the effects of the after-death spasms and rigor mortis threaten to lock its jaw shut.
We should leave now. I doubt there's anything else behind here.
We should.
We got a decent head count of the dead beforehand, so it seems like the rest might have fled.
Yes.
I hope they're still alive. Hopefully.
I believe the ones missing have been swallowed and digested.
True to form, coming out of the stomach, you do notice on the way out piles of slag and metal in pits and crevices of the stomach. Given the heat that this thing exerted, even bone would have been turned to ash after a few hours.
Yeah.
Flick, you and I will scour the wagons for supplies we can take with us.
Yes.
Siren, please take a break. Look over Hollow Hollow.
I will. And I'll kind of put Hollow Hollow's hand or arm over one of my shoulders, and we'll walk towards the cart.
Okay.
Our cart.
All right. The two of you hobble and limp.
I guess we can start with searching this wagon right over here.
A cursory search and inspection shows that these wagons have barely had their contents disturbed. The main disturbance, honestly, as you go through chests and boxes and crates and barrels, is that they were jostled around and thrown around by the Remorhaz attacking these wagons and carts. So some of the stuff is a bit banged up. Lanterns are shattered in some cases. There's a few cases of like some of the bricks and stone that were supposed to be used for construction being cracked or crumbled. Carpentry wood is sometimes splintered or broken in places, but you estimate about a good 70% of what was in here made it. There's some trade goods. There's construction equipment and materials. There's sealed caskets of various commodities and even a few luxury goods. In the case of things like the wagon towards the back that you smelt before, you find out that it is filled with things like wine and incense and all the things you would use for both luxury, recreation, and also for the potential setting up of a shrine. So various recreation, luxury, and religious goods in that one. And in the frontmost wagon, you do find a few barrels and crates of sealed and undisturbed rations. This, at the very least, will be able to hold over the village for another week.
Perfect.
This isn't the main body of the food supply that you guys took with you. Most of this stuff is commodity trade goods and some rations. This isn't the main amount. There was one other wagon that carried the majority of the food. That is the one still unaccounted for.
Well, Flick, after scrounging around in the wagon that he's currently in, and presumably some of the other ones, he will announce, all right, some of the food is still salvageable, as well as quite a few other goods. As long as we can haul all of this onto the carts, we should be good to go.
We'll accomplish that just fine. There is more than enough space to carry all the salvageable contents in these wagons from the cart. And you're able to load it up into the storage bay towards the back of the wagon. You still have a good amount of space left, too. And the horses will very easily be able to pull this. So yes, a last inspection of the crime scene reveals that the Remorhaz, at least as far as you can tell, launched itself from this part of the cliff when the wagon came along, knocked it onto its side, and then proceeded to eat and tear apart the entire retinue. And then when it had its fill, or grabbed enough food, it then slinked into a tunnel here, and then laid in wait once more to ambush whatever walked into its territory. As you guys stumbled across a Remorhaz hunting ground. But yes. It did take a bit.
It was good though. It was exciting.
Thankfully, nobody died.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
So,
Am I awake right now?
yes you
We
are.
had two close calls.
What are my familiars doing right now?
They're sitting in the wagon. Literally just curled up there, watching you guys as like you're deposited in there by Siren, and the others begin to load the things into the back.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Would you like to explain to Lolo and Parker why you thought it was a good idea to climb into the creature's mouth?
That is bullying.
I literally just got eaten, and this is how you treat me.
Oh, I'm just trying to lighten
She
the
also
mood.
got
You're
eaten,
all
to be
right.
fair.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah,
got
yeah.
eaten.
Yeah.
You're all
Hold
right,
on,
and
hold on.
I'll pat his back.
Hello. Lolo, to what Siren sounds like chittering, you hear Lolo say, "I like this girl." Though that's he then turns to Paka and says, "Oh, it's a bit calling the pot calling the kettle black, don't you think?"
That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, hola hola was a lot of war cries that went down.
They chitter once again, and there is the words of, honestly, that was kind of embarrassing, but hey, you're alive. Learning experience. Don't be delicious in front of big things.
He's just gonna look at them and just like, in Koopa, and he's just gonna go fuck yourself before just laying back over.
Sarah, and there is a chittering that sounds distinctly like laughter.
Now, it's important that you're alive. That's good. And as soon as everyone gets back on the cart, Siren's going to use 2 bursts of her channel energy.
Okay. That's how much again? 5d6?
I
Or is it-
believe so. Wait, hold
is it
on, let me check.
1d6
I
per 2
believe it
levels?
is. It's 1d6 per level, I believe.
Oh,
let me
it
double
actually
check it.
increased now because I'm level 5.
Yeah, so I think it's 1d6 per level.
It's 3d6.
3d6.
Okay, so it is every other level.
Yes.
Yep.
So 3d6 twice, for a total of 66.
15.
Everybody in the party heals 15 HP.
Thanks.
And I have
Besides
3
you.
of those left.
Oh,
Yeah.
Besides you.
Wait, what do you mean not?
No.
What do you mean not us?
Nobody
That
likes
was her.
you.
Yeah,
And also,
Siren,
you guys are
is-
B-roll characters.
Now that I'm feeling better, I'm immediately gonna go back outside and harvest the thing.
Okay. Survival, please, as you try to dissect this massive creature.
Could I actually use craft
And
alchemy?
while this is going on, we would
You
have gone.
There is no poison to be extracted from this thing.
Oh, this is not even like poison, just alchemical ingredients in general.
I'll allow it. You won't get anything that
Okay.
can be used for anything besides alchemy.
While this is going on, would we have like gone through like all the carts and gotten basically everything?
Yeah, you'll have gotten everything loaded up.
Okay.
I'm at
So-
26 health, 3 HP right now.
Anagram HP.
Oh.
But yes,
Ah.
you slice the thing open, and mostly what you find in its stomach is just like in its stomach, its organs. It's mostly collections of minerals.
Uh-huh.
It does burrow. It's not quite a Thaqua, but you do find some remnants of some what might have been melted coins. You do find some like silver and gold slag. It's kind of collected a little bit. You could potentially use that. It's not much. But we do manage to extract successfully is some of its heat generating. They are cold right now and potentially going to rot if not preserved. But could potentially, if you could find out a way, be used to make concoction or some sort of possibly even device or item for generating high heat temporarily. You could find a way to prod these things into one last spurt of activity.
I see. And I highly doubt it, but can I actually just generally harvest this thing now? Like, maybe bring back some hide or something that
You may
maybe
now
try
give
to
me
or someone.
a survival at an elevated DC because you've already chopped this thing up.
Alrighty. Where's my survival? Where's it? It's right here. Oh boy, oh man. 21.
You're able to pull a few plates off of it, but between the damage that was done to it and the heavy rot exposed to it on its back and its spine by what do you call it? By Flick's use of blot, you're not able to harvest as much as say like what you did with the full field dressing of the what do you call it? Full field dressing you did the bullets.
Mhm.
We're able to pull a few plates off. And like
Okay.
the thing is, this thing has no bones. It has no sinew. It is despite being serpentine in morphology, is more insectile than it is.
Could make some armor out of this, though, or at least a
Maybe
few
you
scraps.
have some carapace. You could potentially make a shield out of this. Who knows?
Yeah. But yeah, I will do that, and I'll head back into the caravan.
A few trophies in tow.
Uh-huh.
So, as you guys, I will say, with all due haste, leave that section with a good cargo in tow. I will ask, what do you intend to do after this point? you want to return to the
Go
village, or
home.
do you want to hunt down the other caravan?
I would personally advocate for searching the other card.
Hmm.
I will say,
We
the
could.
trip,
Yeah,
the trip
we're
will
already,
take several days.
we're already like a,
The trip will take several days, which will give you a chance to rest.
Yep.
On top of
Okay.
that, though, how far out will it take you guys, and will you be back in time for the raid? Because we've only got like 4 days left.
No, not quite.
Oh, okay, that's what I remembered. Then I
Oh,
remembered
but
correctly.
I did say it was a projection of maybe a couple weeks.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Because you guys, the recovery period after the attack on the troglodytes plus the attack itself took up about a week. The projection was originally about 3. So yes, you guys are.
I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
would agree with Vark.
anyway, yes. Hmm?
No, I would agree with Vark. I think we can continue. I think the people of our party, the ones that stayed in the village and the ones that left, I feel like that's like the correct people left and the correct people stayed. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I feel like we divided our party.
yeah, as long as we have, yeah, as long.
Okay. Sounds like.
As long as we had the time and we had the distance, then we can make it.
I'm very sorry to the 3 who did not come along. Unfortunately, this is the downside of splitting the party. Sometimes people have to languish a little bit.
That's all good.
But on the
At
upside,
least-
they are protecting the village.
True. So it takes you about a day to return to the main trail and then pick up the next trail for where the other cart that went amok. Following that takes another day or so. You guys recover your abilities, and natural healing in Pathfinder makes it so that if you get 8 hours of rest, you recover your hit dice in HP per day. I believe you double that if you get a full 24 hours no action.
Yep.
So by the time you guys pick up the next trail, you would be healed, if for no other reason than the fact that Seren refills her energy burst every time she gets a rest. So you guys would be recovered by the time you hit the next trail. Which brings
If we. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
brings us back to gentlemen. As you guys roll up to a small cottage.
Okay.
And that's with the time we have left of the session. I'm going to go back to village.
To the village. Yeah, absolutely.
Give the
Hell
others a
yeah.
little bit of lime. Actually, so, in the following days after the conflict with the Remorhaz, Slayton men have been very busy installing the trapdoors, the stone lids that work on a hinge that he installs on the top of the spike pits that the troglodytes have dug. Mallory and Prestinian go about drilling their little squad of special forces. And Jaiko works as something of a handy woman around the village. And it goes like that for a few days. There is not a feeling of comfort, but at least the tension seems to be easing. Kari, I assume you've been making sure to keep the troglodytes in line.
Yeah, I mean, not that I really need to do much for that. I think that they're pretty set with the overseer whom I have set in line, and they follow him and me.
Mhm.
So, you know,
Mhm.
the usual.
Yep. Yeah, and things seem to be at the very least not ideal, but running smoothly. There is on the morning of the 7th day, there is an unusual feeling. It nags at your intuition. You're not quite sure what exactly is going to happen today. And then it comes to pass. Because good things rarely ever last. At the very least, they don't go long without a test. At around noonish, I would say right around when the three of you are taking your midday breaks from work, chores, training, a young hobbit boy who have gotten to know as give him children. Yes, a young halfling boy. I say young, he's probably around like 16, 17. Comes padding up to your table where you're taking lunch. Like, oh my god, I'm assuming you guys are, I'm going to say for the sake of brevity, you guys are sat inside your usual digs. Mallory, freshly washed after a stint in the smokehouse, where you guys have, unfortunately, not much of a door in place. But he comes up and with his small hand comes banging at the frame of the door.
Enter.
You guys need to get out here. There's a shit. There's something between the troglodytes. Going with some of the people. You gotta go. It's. They need you right now. They see like gestures, like peering through the doorway with one insistent pudgy hand gesturing towards himself for you guys to follow.
And I will, at the very least. I'll get up.
No time.
Sure, I'll go too.
Oh dear, what's going on?
Better not be a waste of time.
The boy quickly leads you through this primary like street that runs behind these buildings, off in this direction. And those of you paying attention, your characters may get a slowly dawning sense of, oh no, as he's leading you very conspicuously in the direction of Slate's warehouse. As you see it coming up in the near distance, you see Slate with a heavy crossbow leaning over a fence. He's fine. But there's one of the troglodytes workers Karya recognizes, slumped over about 40 feet away from the warehouse with a bolt in its back and what looks to be bits of jerky and bread scattered around in the dirt around its body.
Oh.
I have a feeling this would happen. Karya will
There's a crowd that is slowly beginning to gather around the area. They're loose and they're keeping way to the edges. And there's a very... Slate already terminally has a case of resting dwarf bitch face, not helped by the scowl that is given, the impression of a scowl that his beard helps to give. But he is currently radiating irritation as he keeps the crossbow unloaded, but placed in the dirt next to him as he's leaning on the fence and with one large meaty fist, it's just hammering on the fence going, fucking, I hate it.
What is the meaning of this? Part the way.
Yeah.
He'll just kind of move some of the, not really knock them, but, move his way through.
Pushing your way through as you
sort
of assert your authority and part the crowd as you're making your way through.
I will slink through as well. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
As you approach. And yeah, upon getting closer, You see one dead troglodyte, one of the workers, from what you can recognize, dead, face down in a field, about 40 feet away from, at least if the heavy bolt in its back is anything to go by, definitely dead. With food scattered all around it, dirty and stuck in the, or scattered into the mud of the field that is half thawed. As Slate sees you all approaching, the crossbow doesn't come up, but his grip on it shifts. Wariness fills his face, but he doesn't act rashly. You get the feeling that had you not had your previous talk, and had you not come to an understanding, this man would be significantly more paranoid of you right now. But he looks at you. A hardness fills his face as he then nods towards the troglodyte and says, I warned you and I warned them not to come near the warehouse. When I come back, I'm helping to cover some of the pitfalls. What do I find but this thing sneaking out with an armful of food from our meager storages that we had as it was? Now, I'm not blaming you, but I'm saying I warned them, and they tried to steal from the village anyway. I do not joke around, and when I make a promise, I keep it. I'm sorry. I hate that it fucking come to this. But I don't know what the fuck to do now, because he just kind of brings up one hand. Just obviously he's shaking. He's confused. He's angry, and now, despite the dead troglodyte, has no outlet for it.
It's alright. It's alright. I was going to try to calm the situation down.
No, it fucking isn't.
It's not. I know. I'm trying.
We don't have enough
Damn
food
it.
as it is. And then, I don't know. There is no arguing with the fact that this troglodyte just tried to steal food from the people.
There is no argument to be had. She'll turn to Karya and say, Karya, I think you need to have a talk with them. Try to figure out what happened and why this happened, please.
I
The
agree.
less infighting we have, the better.
I agree.
Those creatures are your responsibility. And you're new, I know that. But you obviously don't have as much of a good grip on them as you think you do.
I suppose you're right. Garya's gonna kind of reach down and march his way over to the fallen troglodyte and just kind of lift it. And
Yep. The bolt from the crossbow is expertly placed between its shoulder blades, severed its spine. Creature was gagging on mud while it died.
Garya will shake his head a little bit and just kind of drag its body and then look over to Slate, albeit with a cold expression, but not necessarily one pointed at him, more somber, I should say. And say, no, you were in your right. They knew. They should have known. This has no fault on you, nor do I blame you, but I'm going to have word with my people.
See that you do.
And then, yeah, he'll go ahead and toss the thing over his shoulder. And,
Slate is going to unstring his crossbow and, shaking his head, throw it over his shoulder and march, taking a seat next to the door of the warehouse.
If I can do anything to help, even more so with this, please do let me know. Slate, right?
Yeah, that's my name.
I know I unfortunately can only I'm only really good at crafting things. Or sorry, making. That's proper. Who the fuck says crafting? Anyways, I can only make things, but it doesn't solve the food issue.
No, it doesn't. I don't suppose you've got some magic stored away that'll clean that food off in the dirt.
Would I? That's a fun question.
No, I don't
No.
think
Question.
so.
Do you have prestidigitation?
No.
Well, oh well.
That sure would. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not.
Then not
It's
only
like,
are we now down I don't even know if the thing was a child. How small it was. We're down a troglodyte. I don't know who to trust anymore as far as the scalies go. I don't know if I can trust the kid's leadership unless he really puts his foot down and finds out who exactly put that creature up to it, or if it got a smart idea on its own. Don't think so. Those things are a little too cowardly. But now we're also down food, down a troglodyte, and down on trust. And I don't think there's any magic you have that can help with that.
fortunately, there's not. The only thing that I can do is help Haria do what he needs to do.
And you
And
better go
even
do
then,
that.
then I can't do much about that. But she'll push herself. I don't know why I was assuming because Slate's a dwarf, right?
Yes.
I don't know why my brain automatically assumed I was kneeling down because my brain was starting to think, kneeling down expecting the corpse of the troglodyte, which I wasn't. So my brain was going to fill with, he
You
stands
just
up.
kind of
but she was
immediately
already
put
standing.
yourself in a sort of a lower position.
Yeah. So she'll, I guess, straighten up and go to face Karya and say, "Come on, we have a thing to do now."
Oh, I'm very aware. I'm making my way towards the troglodyte den.
Okay.
As am I. Yippee.
Okay. It doesn't take long.
Yeah, with a sharp whistle, Karia will summon them out.
Aren't they here? This
Yeah, they
building?
are right here. Yeah, they're right across from us. Who are right here.
Hmm.
We'll just go ahead and go.
Also, Ray, I don't
Bloop.
appreciate you just dragging out Karya tokens all over the fucking house map.
Oh, my apologies.
I saw you doing that. But yes, you come out in front of the troglodyte den and summon them. And some of them are not here. I know for a fact that some of them are currently out in the decoy village that Mallory constructed, drilling and working with some of the others. But those that are here and are resting after digging the pits for the last 5 or 6 days, drag themselves out of the front door. Some of them are sort of like peeking around the door frame. Others are wondering what's going on. And then comes the overseer, taking taking his axe and bashing the side of it against the wall of the house and saying, "All right, move, boss is calling," as they all then march out and then line up into a rough formation.
Upon them getting here, and they're all in, again, rough formation, Karia will take the body of the dead troglodyte and just toss it in front of them.
Yep. Flops and bumps across the muddy ground. And there's looks of obvious nervousness and confusion and also disgust. In some cases, hunger.
I am tempted to let them eat him, but that is a problem for later. He'll take a moment. He'll look over each of them. And then gather his words before starting off with, "We are here on uneasy terms. They should not have allowed us here. But they did. And I am aware of the ways of your people, but they are no longer your ways. when I became your leader, I would make the decisions for the tribe. And that is exactly what I intend to do. And you were given one simple task: do not enter that warehouse. So, did any of you put him up to it? Or was this a simple solo decision?
Okay.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Am I there?
If you
Yeah,
wanna
you
be,
probably are.
you
Hey,
would have been
probably.
able. You would have easily been able to follow him around.
Yeah. Would I be able to understand even a little bit of that? Because Mallory's been studying Draconic and also has been doing the drills alongside a couple of troglodytes, so
Have you
they would have
learned?
spoken.
Have you learned Draconic as a?
Wait, do we get languages?
Yes.
We do?
Well, if you put points into linguistics, you get languages.
Mm.
Ah,
If
I
you,
did not.
you did not. Okay. In the future, if you want to learn a language, put a rank in linguistics.
I thought it's like downtime stuff could also let you learn
Potentially,
languages.
Potentially, yes. But if you want to make this purely a downtime learned language, you could do that too. There's one.
Okay.
But yes, in the future, if you want to learn a language lickety split, or if you want to make it a priority, put a skill rank in
Level.
linguistics.
Okay,
Each
okay.
rank not only makes you better at sorting out unidentifiable languages, dialects, and things like that, but a rank gives you just straight up the ability to read and write a language of your choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I
one
see.
that you can feasibly learn and learn with available resources, and that isn't a secret language. Right. So you are able to understand a word here and there. Simplistic ones, things like place here. What do you call it? We call it food den, that being, or we call it the storage cave,
The warehouse, yeah.
which would be the approximate draconic, or horde cave, more like, would be the approximate draconic word for a warehouse. Just basic keynotes. He's talking about the fact that they got into someone went to the warehouse, and then question along the lines of who did it, with a bit more nuance, though. Yes, you're getting bits and pieces of this. You're definitely miles more capable than you were before. I'd say by the end of the next week, you should be able to speak it. Which is
Okay, good.
Which is remarkable. I'm mostly taking into account your intelligence modifier. Remarkably quick.
Kari is also helping them learn it.
Yes, that's true. You have a tutor. But yes, the Karia. How would you like to go about this? Would you like to menace the information out of them, or would you like to try and take a more?
I don't think diplomacy is the move right now. I think with the anger that's going through, I think right now it would be more of an intimidation.
You may roll me an intimidation, a +4 size difference.
Mm-hmm. That will be this. That is 29 with the +4.
All right. Arya, you make an imposing figure. Champion's glaive in hand are chief, and your subjects very clearly see that the actions of their dead brother has angered you. And that scares the hell out of them. You can probably surmise why for a variety of reasons. Corporal punishment being very common in troglodyte society. Also, as you've learned from speaking to the overseer and to the den mother, the Warren guard, not uncommon for all the little guys to get punished for the misstep of one. So there is fear of reprisal for the mistakes of one little guy, spreading across all of them, or a good majority of them. They're like statues, frozen in fear. None of them dare speak. None of them dare even nod or shake their heads. And that's when the overseer, also very obviously scared, but keeping something more of a composure, speaks up and says, I made sure to drill it into each of their heads that if they invaded the humans, the home dwellers, the wood dwellers, homes or food stores, well, you did tell me not to beat them as much, but I did promise them lashings if they misstepped. You seemed very, very adamant about that rule being kept. I did hear grumblings about hunger a couple days ago, especially from some of the younger ones. He cast a glance over a couple of them. And as hard as I have been trying to not beat, but discipline, a couple of them actually wince from that, the lesson into them, I would not have necessarily put it past them to try and pull a fast one, get a little bit of extra food out of the warehouse, nobody noticing. Told them the dwarf has sharper eyes than they gave, and he didn't believe me.
Yes, I figured that was the case. he'll
sorry,
kind of roll
I'm
his.
sorry, Chieftain. This was a failure on my part.
No, not entirely. In fact, not at all. But I appreciate your willingness to stand up. He's going to take a seat, and as traditional, he'll take the champion's glaive and he'll set it between them and the troglodytes. Sit, gather close.
Gather in a ring around you, the body placed at the center of the circle.
Your way of life. It has been your way of life for more years than any of us combined have ever seen. That much I know. But sometimes the hardest things involve change. Most importantly, this is new land for all of us. Not just you, but myself as well. If you are hungry, if you are tired, if you are weak, if you are scared, understand that I am your leader. These faults do not fail my ears. These concerns will not fall past me. And in truth, I blame myself for allowing you to get to this point. I will find an option. Do not take these matters into your own hands, or you may end up dead as your kin. This will take time. I know it will. I expected it to. But as the world changes, we need to change with it to survive. Do you understand, little ones?
There is an air of confusion. As a matter of fact, could I, in this case, ask for a diplomacy? Because now you're trying to teach.
Yes. And
It's not with
would
anger.
I get... That's... Yes, absolutely.
You would get the +2 from your trait.
My sovereign aspirant, yeah. Let's give it a shot, and let's hope I don't have to reroll. Ooh, 17?
Can I sense motives to get the feel of the conversation because I don't understand Draconic?
I'm just sitting there
Sure.
like, He was
Sure.
very mad, and now he's not mad.
Yeah, Karia. If you want to reroll on that, you decide that before I declare the results of the roll.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about it. That's why I'm not taking it just yet. But I think it's worth a shot. Yeah, I'll go for it. I'll go
Okay.
ahead and give it a shot for today, and we'll go again with the +2. That was literally worse.
Better of the two.
Only one worse.
17.
Is it
17.
is it possible for Mallory to support in
You don't speak to be able to support him in this manner, especially with the complex words he is now using, and what you can tell is meant to be not uplifting, but pertinent and very weighty speech. It's too much for you to follow along as you are.
If
actually?
possible, could I attempt to have Vair assist just with his presence, as he's always with me, I assume?
Is Vire trained in diplomacy?
Let me check.
Also, Grim has redeemed a boon.
Oh, thank you, Grim. I am having trouble finding diplomacy for some reason on his sheet, but I'm gonna go ahead and honestly assume that no, he does not.
Found it. He has no ranks in diplomacy.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I figured as much, so no, he cannot.
He cannot assist you, so you get an 18.
I'll take that. Thank you, Grim.
Celeste is right. This is a very Lawrence of Arabia. Also, hello. I'm glad you can make it here towards the end of the session. So, Trico, you get the impression that he's trying to hammer home a point. Obviously, that point is that they should not go in a warehouse. Possibly a larger point of possibly cooperation, cohabitation, learning to live not as troglodytes, but as villagers of Strasbourg. It's redeemed for the children.
Yeah, for
Karya,
the children.
Arya, you're feeling like you're having a hard time getting through to them because we're speaking in terms that is honestly very hard for them to grasp. And it is actually the Warren Guard standing in the doorway who chimes in on this and says, "You are asking a people whose tradition has been in their blood. The midnight sun, to adapt to a way of life that's antithetical. It is already straining for most of them to consider living in houses made of wood, breaking meals, is that let alone the fact that the humans turn up their noses at offering of fish that are too pungent. Small things like this hammer home the divide between us, them." She makes a knife-handed gesture, gentle but exact. The difference is in our blood and in our scales. You are asking them to give up tradition that has been not just taught, but bred. Troglodyte way of life is one of survival. You need, you take. If you require, acquire. And those that stand in your way, if weak, or more food, strong, be run from, to be led by. You know this well enough. It is how you ascended to the place of chief, honored our ways, and now wish to, in the course of very few days, now completely turn them. You must understand why this is not going to work. As she then steps out of the threshold, The first time you've ever seen since she's gotten here, she's walked more than 10 feet from the eggs. She stands head and shoulders above the other troglodytes, and even a good foot and a half on you. Again, the same bandages wrapped around her arms. Her arm is looking significantly better. There's the trace of scar tissue and stretch marks where it was savaged. There's, of course, also a web of lightning-shaped scars across the side of her face. The creature tore her cheeks out. If you wish them to change, it will be hard. Take more than just words. I was taught, as were all of them, the weight of action and the weakness of words. I suppose to put it in terms that people of this village would understand, hit first, ask question later, or I should say, dog. As I should say, diplomacy is a last resort. You wish to change this, it will not happen now. It may not even happen any. I can feel the memories in my blood, as can many of us. She gestures towards her darkened scales and then towards the overseer. Those of us of elevated birth carry remnants, the old times, our minds, shards, shreds. We were not always this way, digging in the dirt, praying to shining white gods. Before the midnight sun, we were a powerful people. I see glimpses of great priests constructing temples with their very minds. Warriors that dwarfed the champion twice over, wielding great shining metal weapons that cleaved boulders. We were a fearsome people. When the midnight sun happened and our underground empire was shattered, it took us generations to adapt to living in the darkness and the mud. I tell you this, not to dishearten you, but so that you may learn as they do. I may teach you and we may teach you as you seek to teach us. You wish to change us. You must change yourself. And you must know us before you can shape us to what you wish us to be. I tell you this to say we can change. But it will take. We will adapt. But until then, she glances down towards the smaller troglodytes and then shakes her head lightly. This will not be the end of troubles.
I see. You are correct. He'll stand up, grabbing the glaive, and as he does, he'll give a nod over towards the overseer. I have spent my life on the cusp of misunderstanding. Very often do I find myself at a place where I can say that I am comfortable in my in my nature. It is within me to take. In my very blood, I feel it boil, and I long for great wealth and power, but I too fight against those urges. I understand what you speak of, and you are correct that if I am to change, and if we are to change and restore our glory to what it once was, I do need to know your people. And, well, until that day, and he'll take the champion's glaive, and he'll look at it for a moment, and then look to the Warren Guard and go, I will need your assistance. Because I have learned very quickly that I cannot do this alone. But I know more than anyone that you wish to see your people thrive and live on. If you would help me, if you will help me, I will help you, and I will ensure that our people, all of our people, not only will return to their former glory, but will ascend past it, for that is my only goal. A new life, freedom from the shackles that were placed upon us at birth. That's
Thank you, Celeste.
that's all I want. Thank you, Celeste. And I'll hand the champion's glaive between the two of us. And I'll plant it in the ground. And if anyone is to carry the legacy and move forward and champion that in, I would ask of you, would you take up the mantle as champion? So that we may both enact a new way.
She shakes her head.
Didn't
My
think so.
place is to guard the eggs. The champion's place is to be the right hand of the chieftain. You must seek somebody else to fill that role.
Then I shall.
I will
Regardless.
still fulfill the role of counselor required of me. You are, she, sort of, there's a unfamiliar sort of almost crackling sound in the back of her throat. Permit me this disrespect, chieftain. You are not a leader. You don't understand yourself any more than you understand us. So, you are not chieftain, not true. Though you do lead. Certainly lead in a unconventional manner. You are but have the will. That is all. The strength to defend the tribe. Have people surrounding you to fill these roles. You do not need, obviously proven, a troglodyte to fill the shoes that you require to be filled. You do not need me as champion. You have the potential to lead us. Truth. With your lofty ideals, you may bring us to new heights. Personally, I do not care how high we go. Only that the tribe once more grows. Once more. But you have the potential. You have the will, strength. You simply lack wisdom. That comes with time and tests. She brings a claw across her arm, her cheek, all across her body, tracing 1,000 different scars. 1,000 hungry troglodytes. One monster humans, animals, all manner of creatures that hope to feast upon the vulnerable, weak. When I became Warren Guard, I was simply large, angry troglodyte. I was no more a Warren Guard than you are, chieftain. Time and tests, I understood what it meant to oversee the weaklings among the tribe, to nurture and teach, defend and protect, and to fulfill a higher purpose. And if I can do that, a lizard born in the mud, then you can most certainly be chieftain. You simply have not been tested enough. I believe
Well, in the coming.
you will rise to the occasion.
Well, I suppose in the next few days or weeks, as the rivals to this throne that I have upholded and taken arrive, I may get my first true test.
So, I believe
Then we shall see.
you will face truly horrific enemies. The monster was bad, but it was clear that it only wished to leave, wreaking havoc as it went, preying on the weak and the vulnerable as best it could. But it was. Her eyes kind of drift to the floor and narrow and almost go 1,000 yards off. Wished to sow havoc as it left, but it only sought what it thought were weak targets. You will find no such enemy. The two hoping to ransack this village. And before, I would not have cared whether or not you killed them if they took the glaive from you and took the seat of chieftain and champion, as they very likely could do. I must admit I find myself growing strangely attached to this village, and I do hope you killed them. They were insufferable when they were around the war. I do hope they die, and I hope that you bring this tribe in a direction perhaps not so buried in dirt. And the enemies you will face will be awesome. They are not used. They are not bullies. They are killers. They are used to razing towns, running off armed mercenary caravans, ambushing, redirecting wildlife, fighting monsters far bigger than them. The raids previously conducted on this town were simply tests. Terror tactics, conducted by vicious killers hidden behind invisibility magic. You face them head on, there will be no telling what they will try to do. That will be your first test as chieftain. Whether or not you, your tribe, not just us, this tribe,
So
survive.
we went outside. It was pretty hot. It was too kind of sweat on.
Yes. They will take no prisoners. When they see that troglodytes have turned against them, they may simply try to wipe us out, take the eggs, and move away. They will kill you, take your glaive, kill everybody else here. There will be no quarter. So, son of dragons, you had best be ready to prove yourself as chieftain with the first true test, defending your tribe.
Then let it be so.
she will then turn and return into the building. In the shadows of the hut, or in the shadows of the stable building, will once more sit, guarding and looming over these. And then the overseer coughs and says, so, what are we doing?
Return to work and stay away from those damnable food huts.
The overseer says, he cracks his whip and says, you heard him. Back to work. Stay the fuck out of that warehouse. Unless you want to bolt in the back, too.
I like to tap Kari on the shoulder.
Yeah, in this case, I just finished that off. The overseer will say, and this time it'll be me that does it.
I like to tap Karya's shoulder and go, Karya, I'll be honest, I understood none of that. But a thought that I had occurring in my mind while watching this. This all started from food, yes?
Indeed, it did.
Why? While we may not be able to hunt the animals, why not teach them how to fish? Is that not doable?
No, but the idea of potentially creating, well, nets and whatnot has struck me. So perhaps that may be the next logical step as soon as they're done with their fortifications.
I mean, you would remember, they had fishers.
They did, actually. Aren't they dead?
Those fishers are dead, yes. What you've got left is miners and workers, so...
Yeah, so we'll have to hope for...
Time for change!
They're familiar
Time for
with,
change!
They're familiar with the concept of things like harpoon and net fish.
Yeah, so, hey, that's an option, my friends. We may not be able to hunt animals, hunt bipeds, but hey, those fishies in the water do sure look delicious and full of stomach.
And perhaps that's something we look towards. And that is something that I want to look towards. Let that be known.
If need be, I can attempt to make some fishing equipment. Definitely not my area of expertise, but I sure can at least give it an attempt. Yeah, Melody did leave.
Yes.
I believe that would be a good logical step. Jaiko, I think that would be good.
I go.
I go.
Oh, who's Jaiko? What a silly name.
Look away.
Looks at camera.
Looks at camera.
I cast
Jaiko,
fourth
what a
wall
silly
break.
name.
Anyway, so that little tense situation taken care of. The coming days are going to be a little more tense, as the villagers are going to be a bit more standoffish. The rapport between the troglodytes and the villagers in the little decoy village is not going to be interfered with, because their bond is a little bit tighter than that. But the overall civilians are going to be a bit more leery of the troglodytes going forward until that situation is resolved and trust is restored. That said, we are now about 8 days.
Hour over.
About an hour over. We're about 8 days into the about half an hour over, technically. Or half an hour over the session time usually. Anyway, we're about 8 days into the overall running of the in-between time, waiting for the eventual assault. So next session, pick up as these four find themselves at a cottage in the snowy wood. Following the
haunted house, maybe.
following the tracks of the last cart. Yes. Maybe haunted. Who knows? But you guys won't know until next session. That said, thank you guys very much for playing, and thank you for sticking around well after session end, or when it should have ended.
Absolutely.
We did start quite a bit late, but we did manage to get full session time in, which is a relief. And also helps get some more roleplay in, and the story shoved along a bit farther, so that we can start off nice and quick and hit the ground running next session.
Indeed.
Yes. Thank you all for playing, and thank you for folks that stuck around and watched.
Thank you for running.
Yeah, thank you for
yes.
the quest.
Yes. Always a pleasure. Always.
How dare you nearly kill my character? You can't do that to my character. Joking.
Next time
Holy
I'll make sure he
shit,
loses.
yeah.
Next
Yeah,
time
no, it
I'll
was
make
a
sure he
close
loses
call.
a few limbs. Right. So, Grim, to close us out, has redeemed his self-care. Pop your spines. Drink some water.
Yes.
Okay.
No
That
DMs
said,
do that, Ramy.
thank you, everybody, players and viewers, those who came, those who stayed, those who didn't. It is always a pleasure to run for you folks, and I am always ever impressed by how you manage to fight, reason, and monkey your way in situations. You guys are endlessly creative. I'm impressed. Yes.
Also, one last thing
Also,
real quick. Mallory
suitably
said in the chat
dramatic
real
end to
quick.
that. Yeah, sorry?
Mallory said in chat real quick. The Dryad could potentially make fruit. So I mean, that's
yeah, the Dryad isn't really in a position at
Yeah.
the moment to do much.
To quote. Also, can't the Dryad make some fruit? Question mark. Not a lot considering her state.
Yeah, not a lot. It would feed maybe people, especially considering she's very tired and state. She helped get all those boxes back and forth, and that was.
Oh yeah, that's draining.
She's about at her limit. So she's been like Roscoe has been very adamant. He's like, I would love to be able to feed people, but she's anymore, and she may die. So
of course,
like the Dryad demanded that she be allowed to help in the form of the tree stripe, but now she's like,
she's on her limits.
Yeah, she's at her limit. Right now, she's being limited to, at the most, chatting with her husband and daughter right now. Someone's come by to talk. More than that. No fruit for the time being. Thankfully, or hopefully, as the surrounding nature recovers, she should too. So, that's it. I'm going to close out for the day. I will hopefully see you guys next time, next Saturday, as we continue with Simple Path. We'll be picking up with the expeditionary group, hopefully finding that last cart full of food, bringing it back and solving the food woes, hopefully holding the village out, or holding the village over through the assault, and then until they manage to reconnect with the supply lines and merchants might visit. And then, hopefully, rebuild. That is assuming they survive the attack. Until next time, thank you all very much. It's always a pleasure. Take care of each other. The world's a rough place.
Hopefully see you all tomorrow.
Yes, for Genesis, as we pick that up again.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yes.
Yes,
Genesis.
Yes,
Yeah.
Genesis. Yes, Genesis, where we get to see Cabal's shiny new JPEG.
Yay.
Yeah.
I do need
Yeah,
that, by the way.
I think that is true.
I need to get that from...
I can't wait to call him a clanker. I can't wait.
Oh my god.
Don't.
Yeah. Thank you for
Don't
running.
slur our friend on stream. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, yes. Anyway, always a pleasure, Jim. Oh, yes. I need to get that JPEG off of Sully later on.
I think it was actually added in last time.
Oh, right. No,
if I remember
it doesn't
correctly.
matter if the background is included in the image because it blends with the image to begin with. Yes, no.
Yeah.
She did post it. All right, then. I'm going to go ahead and close the stream now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.